Yo, welcome back to the stream. Why do I always start the stream off holding the mic like that? But welcome back to the stream. Okay. What the joint sold? There we go.
Stream Elements bot running robot face.
Okay. Whatever the picture Isaiah was talking about. Damn, I didn't even share it in Discord last time. That's crazy. Don't put that joint in there. Go ahead and minimize that real quick. Eat my chips. All right, I'm gonna start off the stream the same way we did last night. Why did I say that so weird?
Baby, you never really touched me lately. I get the feeling you're just not that into me no more. So, tell me, cause I can read your mind, I'm sorry. I need a little invite to your brain, just let me know. This is so confusing, all I feel is useless.
Okay,
fix a problem you can't admit you wanna fix. Why
Turn it
can't
up.
you be truthful? Honesty is crucial. Promise you that I'll be fine, baby. I can take a hint.
You know,
Talk about us, about stuff, and
you know,
kiss, hold hands,
made when I say let's
break up. You say let's not, so I
really wanna know.
what the hell you waiting for?
Really wanna know.
What the hell you waiting for? Easy breezy, nobody
Tim, what am I doing?
but you can go around
All right.
pretending I'm yours when I'm not. Ooh, help me, cause I already have somebody else. She's in love with me,
All right.
and the name is myself. This is so confusing, all I feel is useless. Trying to fix a problem you can't admit you wanna fix. Why can't you be truthful? Honesty is crucial. Promise you that I'll be fine, baby. I can take a hint. You don't wanna talk about us, about stuff, and you don't wanna kiss,
Hold hands, make love.
When I say let's break up,
You say let's not.
so I
Really wanna story that. What the hell, what the hell are you waiting for? What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? There we go. Gang slide through. Throw the link in there. Yeah, I thought I had the link. There we go. Really want it now. Alright, gang. Alright, gang, we finna get to watching these. I had another more stories to watch. We got more stories to watch. It was the Purge stories. It's Purge stories. So they gotta go crazy, bro. Purge always go crazy. All right, so let's find this Purge story real quick. And why are these stories pop up on my story or on my YouTube all day long until it's time for me to actually watch them? The Purge was a new one, I think. We got the oil rig. We got hospital, Jurassic Park, home invasion. All right. This one here. What is the other one at? There it is. Okay.
Dr. Nicely.
As we entered the hospital, I looked around and saw several families with young children in the waiting area. A few of them glanced my way, and the light caught their eyes, revealing irises tainted a crimson hue. They glowed red like old photos that hadn't developed quite right.
Dr. Nicely.
As we entered the hospital, I looked around and saw several families with young children in the waiting area. A few of them glanced my way, and the light caught their eyes, revealing irises tainted a crimson hue. They glowed red like old photos that hadn't developed quite right. There were so many children experiencing the same symptoms as my daughter, Juliana, and yet I hadn't seen anything on the local news. Still, word was beginning to spread around town that there was a contagion going around, only amongst the children, at least for now. The triage nurse looked us up and down scribbling something on a piece of paper. I handed her the necessary identification, including my Proteon company ID badge, then took a step back and waited for her questions.
Get dog a mask.
Symptoms? Red eyes, poorly timed laughter, odd statements. No suspicious cravings? I gulped down a dry lump in my throat,
Like what?
thinking about what my daughter had said that morning at the breakfast table. Nope, I lied. The nurse gave me a hard, cold stare for a few moments, then scribbled something and continued her questions. And how long has this been going on for?
What you want to eat?
Just today. The red eye started about 20 minutes ago. That's when I brought her here. Okay, have her put on this wristband and wait over there to be called in. Don't touch anything. It shouldn't be long.
Don't touch anything?
My daughter snapped the band onto her wrist, and it made an electric chiming sound. 2 green lights lit up on either side, next to the Proteon company logo, the mega corporation which ran the high-tech corporate town where we lived. When I first took the job in Pleasant Hills, I thought it was an idyllic, perfect place to raise a family. When the recruiter told me about the salary and benefits, I nearly jumped for joy.
Damn.
But now, I was coming to realize that this quaint little town was not entirely perfect. There was something spreading amongst the population, something
radiation
unlike
poison.
anything I'd seen or heard of before. The 2 of us sat down in the waiting room, and my daughter began to eye the toys and books in the corner. Without asking, she stood up and wandered over to the table piled high with reading material.
Don't touch anything.
Juliana, I called out, but she didn't stop. A
Juliana?
woman sitting near the book stood up quickly and moved away, as if someone with leprosy were approaching. I felt a pang of anger, but realized I couldn't blame her. None of us knew what we were dealing with yet. My daughter picked up a colorful kid's book and began to leaf through the pages, scanning the print quickly with her red eyes darting back and forth. She seemed to realize the woman next to her was staring and turned her head to glare at her. Then she made a loud hissing sound, like a territorial street cat. She snapped her teeth and lunged at the woman, and I jumped up and pulled her back. Juliana, no, what are you doing? She went back to looking at the book as the woman ran out of the waiting room, screaming. She's got it too! I looked over to see a man with his daughter and son. The 3 of them were dressed as if coming from church, but there was something wrong in his children's expressions, something unsettling.
But they vampires.
They were staring at me with wide, vacant grins. Their eyes were glazed over, and their teeth looked too sharp, as if being drawn out by some invisible force, being stretched into fangs. The changes were subtle, but noticeable. Yes, just today I began to see the changes. Lord help us. How long have your children? Winters, Juliana. A woman's voice called from the door to the ER, interrupting our conversation. Winters, Juliana? I stood up quickly and grabbed her hand. She brought the book with her. I'm sorry. She grabbed it before I could stop her, I said to the nurse, gesturing at the book. The woman looked
Look at
unconcerned.
coolest person to stream.
Keep it. She was wearing a respirator mask, gloves, goggles, and a bright blue, full-body protective suit as she led us into a room. A sign on the door read, Negative pressure room.
What?
Should I be wearing a mask? I asked her as she left.
It's too late.
Probably, but you'd be exposed by now anyway. The
It's too
doctor
late.
will be with you shortly. Exposed to what? I yelled. The door sealed shut with a hiss and a bang. The woman
You got
stood
COVID.
outside for a few moments, taking off her gear, but made no effort to communicate with us or answer my question. A huge window at the front of the room allowed us a view into the ER,
You got that
and we
COVID.
watched as she disappeared into the crowds of nurses, doctors, and patients. The
Well,
2 of
Daniel,
us were
what you got,
left
man?
in eerie silence. Juliana opened the book again and sat down cross-legged on the floor. Part of me wanted to tell her to get off the ground,
No.
since who
she
knew
good.
what had happened in there. But she looked so innocent for those few moments, I couldn't bring myself to do it. She looked like herself again,
No.
like a normal kid.
I shit red, bro.
except for the red eyes glowing as she glanced up at me. The PA came on suddenly. A woman's frantic voice began to speak.
Code Crimson in effect. Code Crimson in effect. All security personnel to the emergency waiting area now.
The message repeated 2
What
more
that mean?
times. Then the speaker cut out again.
What's a Code Crimson, Daddy?
Juliana
What
asked,
that mean?
looking up from her book.
Is it a fire?
I don't think so, honey. I think this is something different. Just keep reading your story. A shrill scream came from outside the room, and I looked out through the large window into the ER. For a few seconds, there was nothing. My heart pounded dully in my ears, and I could feel it in my throat as I gulped down a dry lump. A woman in pale green scrubs raced past, blood shooting from a fresh wound on her arm, spraying the wall red as she ran by. She was screaming and looking over her shoulder, sprinting like her life depended on it. Gunfire could be heard from down the hall, in the waiting area where we had just been. "Get down!" I yelled at Juliana, running over to her. "Someone's shooting!" I ran over to my daughter and pulled her behind a chair which was up against the wall. The two of us hid behind it, and I heard people
Bro, our
running
eyes
past
fully
outside,
red now.
but was too afraid to look. The gunfire was constant now and getting closer. I could hear things breaking outside the room from stray bullets, and just hoped one wouldn't find its way to us.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
Juliana said quietly. "Not
Can't
now,
hear
honey.
you, monkey you
Please.
to low face with
How
tears
could
of
she be
joy.
thinking of food at a time like this? I wondered to myself. More gunshots rang out, sounding very close now. I ventured a glance out from behind the chair we were
about now?
using as cover. Through the glass, I saw men in black body armor with machine guns in their hands.
Actually,
They were firing rapidly and backing up, moving away from the waiting area. Security Enforcement Officer was written on each of their uniforms, with their name beneath that. I recoiled in
How's it now?
surprise as something leapt through the air like a wild animal, tackling one of the security guards and sending him flying backwards,
Damn!
his gun firing as he fell. His repeated screams were heard muffled through the door a few seconds later. It was the children with red eyes.
bro, they
Dozens of them from the waiting room were now rampaging throughout the ER, chasing nurses and doctors, running around on all fours like animals.
why they
A few
twerking?
people were on the ground, and the children appeared to be feeding on them, ripping out their throats and feasting on their bloody flesh. The power suddenly shut off with a dull click, and the ER was cast into total darkness for several long moments.
Gee, it's
I'm
dark.
so hungry, Daddy.
What do you want?
Juliana said from
What you want
behind
to
me,
eat?
moving closer. The emergency lighting switched on, and everything was cast in a dim glow from above. I spun around to see my daughter moving towards me, a hungry look in her eyes. She was smiling like a hungry piranha, and I could see her teeth growing insidiously longer, drawing into needle-sharp points. "What are you doing, Juliana? Stop. Don't get any closer." I felt as if I shouldn't let her know how scared I was. If she could sense my fear, I worried she would lunge at me like a wild animal. Something slammed into the glass behind me, and I spun around to see a teenage boy smashing his forehead repeatedly against the window, his eyes ablazing, burning red. The
I can
glass
hear
began
you
to
now, lil
spiderweb
dude face
and
with
slowly
tears of
cracked from
joy.
its center.
What
And
up,
I
little
heard
man?
it crunching and breaking from each impact as he bashed his skull against the window, again and again. I was so caught up in the sight of it that I almost missed the reflection of my daughter lunging at me from behind. But I saw it at the last second and ducked out of the way, surprised at my own quick
Oh, she
instincts. The glass shattered as she crashed into it and went flying through, landing hard against the boy on the other side. Something was wrong with them. Something very, very wrong. And my fight or flight instinct
Bro, what's wrong
suddenly
with
took over. More specifically, my flight instinct. I leapt through the
Hey, all right, so if you take your daughter to the hospital, I don't know why you always flip the script, man.
Why do I always flip the script on you rolling on the floor laughing?
I swear, I be thinking we cool. Then all of a sudden we ain't cool no more. Then we cool again. All right. Riddle me this. If you take your child to the hospital where a bunch of children are infected and starting to eat people, and your daughter tries to eat you, what do you do? Because my man's finna get out of there. And I'm just trying to think about it like, damn. Shit, I'll probably get out of there too. Damn, would I? Oh no, fuck.
Broken
Hard to say,
window,
I ain't got no keys.
broken glass piercing my palms, and began to run back towards the waiting room. When I looked back, I saw my daughter and the teenage boy were scrambling to their feet, racing towards me on all fours like jungle cats, their eyes blazing red. The horrible sight of them chasing me distracted me from my route, and I found myself slipping in fresh blood, sliding, and wrenching my back as I fell in the middle of the sticky red puddle. I hit the ground hard and bit my tongue, tasting coppery blood a second later. "Stay down!" Someone screamed behind them and began to fire. Thankfully, I saw they weren't shooting bullets. Small syringes full of green fluid impacted nearby, missing them. But a few found their targets, and the two of them turned around, racing back towards their attacker. Their movements weren't even slowed by the heavy dose of tranquilizer. The man screamed as the two of them took him down, tearing off his black body armor and feeding on his flesh a second later. He screamed in pain and yelled at me to run. After a moment's hesitation, I began to sprint back towards the
We are
entrance
cool,
where we'd
man.
come in. A pair of sliding steel doors separating the waiting area from the ER.
Yeah, I know we cool.
I raced towards them and began to hammer my fists against them, screaming to be let out. Looking up to my
Let me
left,
out.
I saw a security camera pointed at me.
I haven't been bit.
I screamed, thinking for some reason that might be important. Maybe I'd just seen one too many zombie movies.
Please, let me out.
Maybe that was the right thing to say, because the doors opened, and I burst through them a second later. Two security guards in heavy armor were on the other side. They were closing the door as I looked back through and saw my daughter racing towards us, blood smeared around her mouth like strawberry jam. Then the steel doors slammed shut.
My daughter's in there.
I screamed.
We've got to help her.
Something impacted the steel door on the other side, deforming the metal and
That's
bending
her
it into the
face.
shape of a child's skull. "It's us you should be worried about," the security guard said. I looked around and saw the hospital was being sealed. Thick steel shutters were closing slowly, blocking out the sun, casting the waiting room into semi-darkness.
Code Crimson lockdown protocols in effect.
A robotic voice said from overhead.
Shelter in place and do not approach the infected. Do not attempt to reason with the infected or to speak with them. Do not make eye contact. Assistance is on the way. Do not panic.
Another loud bang came
They
from
got
the steel
COVID.
door separating the waiting room from the ER, and I saw a gap was forming, big enough to see through. And I peered through, looking familiar, except for the color of it, crimson like a sunset.
Peekaboo, Daddy.
My daughter said, giggling.
I see you.
Also,
I
it
see
turns
you
out
viewed
that
my
most of you
TikTok.
guys who
It's empty,
watch
right?
me
I just
aren't
made my
actually
account a few
subscribed.
days ago.
So if you like the content
Yeah, I went
and
through,
want
I
to
seen
support
that,
the
I seen it.
channel, go ahead and hit the bell. It's free, and
Did
you
I
can
follow you
always
back?
change your mind later.
I think I meant to.
You planning on breaking those chains, just using the power of your mind?
Owned it.
The officer asked me with a straight face. I hated to admit it, but he had me pegged. For the last 10 minutes, I'd been staring hopelessly at the manacles, which secured my legs to the
What you
hospital
eating,
bed,
ice?
secretly wishing I was Professor Xavier. Finally, I relaxed and let out my breath, admitting defeat. You guys know that stuff is legal, right? Not that I'm saying it was mine, but come on, give me a break.
Give him
It's
a break.
2022.
I'm making
The two
dinner,
cops
RN.
rolled their eyes. For recreational use, yes, the police officer on the right said. He was a bit taller than the other one, with a thick
We
mustache
just wanna get high.
and glasses. But you had close to £1 pound, and you tried to sell it to our undercover officer. So quit complaining. Even you know the law better than that. I remained silent,
Damn, I was on
Staring
your
at the
side till you
shackles.
said a pound.
feeling hopeless. Listen, kid, you've got bigger problems than that right now. the other officer said. He was older and balding. His eyes were icy blue,
He bald.
and he looked at me with something akin to kindness. I immediately liked him, even though he was a cop. At least, more than the other guy who had been talking to me like I was dirt. We got word there was another dealer who wasn't happy that you were moving in on his turf. The word from our CO said you were gonna have a visitor tonight. Somebody looking to remove you from the equation. The other officer gave him a hard look.
There's an eraser?
As if he was saying too much. The older cop just shook his head. The kid deserves to know he's in danger. I don't care what the sergeant says. Morano's men could show up here
Must
any
be
minute,
just a lil
and if
snack
they
for
do,
you.
He needs to know what he's dealing with. Suddenly,
bit
the
hungry.
hospital's overhead PA system clicked to life with a hiss of feedback.
Attention, please. Code lockdown is in effect. Code lockdown is in effect.
The two cops stood up, looking nervous. The older cop was suddenly pacing the room, looking out the windows, checking his cell phone for messages. Go visit the nurse's station. See if you can find out what's going on, he told the younger guy. The other cop let out a grunt of annoyance. Then
I'm
left
starving.
quickly, and I heard his feet moving rapidly down the hall away from us.
I'm Frenzic.
After the officer left, I found myself alone with the older cop, getting more and more nervous as time ticked by on a large clock mounted to the wall opposite me. The air in the room was tense, and there was silence between the two of us while we waited for word.
He the killer.
Finally, the officer's radio crackled to life, and a voice spoke rapidly.
Dog
The
has the
sudden
killer.
loud noise of it caused me to jump with fright, and the chains bit into my ankles as I had forgotten momentarily of their presence.
We've got a 1032.
The voice on the
1032.
radio said, their breathing heavy and labored.
Secure the prisoner for transport. We need to...
The radio cut out, and silence filled the room again. Only the sound of the clock
What's a
going
1032?
tick, tick, tick could be heard once more. A gunshot rang out from down the hall, the echo of it ringing loud in my ears. A second later, there was another shot, and another, and another, then several more in rapid succession.
How often you cook?
Finally, it was quiet again, but still I didn't let out my breath. The cop
Drowning.
in the room with
A
me put
1032
his
is a
radio to
drowning?
his mouth and began to
Who
speak
drowned in-
rapidly into the receiver.
Person with a gun.
We need backup. We have an active
Person with a
shooter
gun.
situation. Surprisingly, there was no response.
Sometimes. Not a lot.
He tried again and again, but there was no response from the dispatcher. It was as if they couldn't hear us.
There's just
or
certain
were
things that I
acting
cook.
like they couldn't.
But
What the hell is going on?
most
I
of the time I
asked,
don't cook.
desperate for some shred of information. The cop had his gun drawn and looked to be preparing for an intruder.
Yeah, 1032.
Why aren't they answering? Rano probably paid them off, like he did every other cop in this city. Kid, you thought you were just selling dope, I know. But you gotta understand who your competition is. In this town, after the dispensaries moved in, the only people really selling anymore are mob families. And they don't like having competition.
No.
Instead, they just hire a hitman to take you out. Now I was really getting scared.
Is he the
Even
hitman?
worse, I could hear footsteps moving steadily up the hall in our direction.
I feel like he the
It sounded
hitman.
like someone wearing dress shoes. The click of the leather soles against the linoleum soft and sturdy. Get these cuffs off my legs, please. You can't let them kill me.
Gee, it's over for you.
Someone cried out a few rooms over. Gunshots rang out again,
Damn.
interrupting a scream cut
Damn.
short. I had
Interrupting
never
the screen?
heard such a terrifying sound. A blood-curdling howl silenced by
That's
the bite
crazy.
of a bullet. Randall? The cop said into his radio. Randall, answer me. I know you can hear me, you fat piece of shit. I have a
Wow.
wife. I have kids. You can't do this. A brief sound of static. filled
Randall the
room,
one?
Followed by silence.
Ain't no
I
way it's
assumed
Randall.
the cop was trying to reason with the dispatcher who was silencing his calls for help. Shh. The cop pulled back the hammer on his revolver and stood away from the door.
Gee, why you
getting
got a
ready
revolver?
In a firing stance, standing just a few feet beside me.
Gee,
Give me the damn keys if you're not gonna let.
Gee. Out of all of the weapons that you have access to as a police officer, why is your weapon of choice a revolver? Talking about some. Pow. Pow. And he probably only got 5 shots in there. 6. 1, 2, 3. He only got 5 in there.
Let
It's
me out
over
of these
for him.
things, please. Finally, the cop relented
It's over for
and
him.
threw
He
me
only
a
got
set
5
of
in
keys
there.
from his belt. I immediately went to work with my hands, shaking badly, trying to get the locks undone. Get ready, kid. We might need to make a break for it. Tell me when you're out of those cuffs. I could tell the cop was nervous, but he looked like he had been through like this before. His hard blue eyes stared
Ain't
at
no
the
way he
door,
been through shit like that
waiting
before.
for someone to enter. He glanced back down at me again, and in that second, the world erupted in noise and flashes of bright light. All in an instant, there were a flurry of gunshots as a figure
Damn.
crossed the room in a strafing
See?
blur. I saw a Kevlar vest and a masked man.
See, that's what you supposed to have. See, your dumb ass went out there with a single shot revolver. Dude came in with 2 40s. He came in with 2 40s. And he letting them bitches go. Be-doop, 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 dip, dip, dip. That's the sound that guns make. If you was wondering, that's the sound of gun. Be-doop, dip, 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 dip. Yeah. And look, he gushing.
Man with a set of dual pistols, and then blood began
Bro,
to
he
spray
hit him
into
so
the
many
air
times. Wait
as
a
the cop
minute.
masked as a figure was down at me again. All in an instant, there were a flurry of gunshots as a figure crossed the
4,
room in a
6,
strafing
8,
blur.
10,
I saw a
12,
Kevlar
14,
vest and a masked
16,
man with a
18,
set of
20,
dual
22,
pistols,
24,
and then blood began to
26.
spray into the air
Bro,
as
he
the cop
hit him
next
with
to
2
me was
full
filled
clips.
with bullets. Red liquid landed warmly on my arms and on my face as he let out a howling cry of surprised anguish. The old cop was dead before he hit the ground, and I
Facts,
looked
he
up
hit
to
that
see
with a
the
22.
assassin moving in closer. I still had the key in my hand, but was
Let me
far
tell
from
you,
getting even
the
one
man
set of
can grill
handcuffs
some
unlocked.
steaks face with open
Pretty
mouth
clever,
dashing away.
Getting yourself shipped over here, the man said, his face concealed behind a ski mask. If you were in prison, at home, or hell, even just in a regular hospital, you would have been dead by now. But you made us really look for you. Who would have thought we'd finally find you in a mental hospital? I was fumbling with the keys and managed to get my feet unlocked. When I looked up, he was standing over me. One of his pistols pointed at my head, the
It's
other
empty.
back in its holster. What'd you tell him to get sent here? Just so I know for future reference. You never know. I might get locked up myself one of these days, he said, a smile playing at the corners of his lips.
I feel like that's the other police
I told
officer.
him the truth, I replied, moving on to the handcuffs on my wrists, hoping he wouldn't shoot me, hoping my words might buy me a few more seconds. I told him I see things that shouldn't be there. The man seemed genuinely intrigued by this. You don't say. He took a step back and dropped the gun to his side. You know,
What'd you see?
I had a friend growing up. He said he could see things too. Things that weren't there. Creepy shit. Clowns. Dark things in the shadows. Animals like wolves, but different somehow. Hungrier and meaner. The things he said back then, they stuck with me. I've had nightmares ever since. He looked around the room suspiciously. A locker in the corner had appeared out of nowhere. It was faded green with a combination lock,
Where the fuck
looking
that
like
come
it
from?
belonged in the hallway of a high school, not a hospital room. It began to open of its own volition, revealing a dark emptiness inside. What the hell? That locker. That's the locker I've been seeing in my dreams since I was 10 years old. Since Dave told me about his powers. What the hell is this? Are you messing with me, kid? He pointed the gun at me, and I shook my head. No, it's not me. I can't control it. The locker opened wider, and something like laughter escaped from inside.
I look like a fart.
Darkness poured out like a flood. That's not possible. It can't be. Anything but that. The man's gun dropped to the floor as something came out of the shadows inside the locker. It was a clown, tall and slender, wearing a white, black, and red polka dot outfit, baggy pants and big red shoes. He can't be you. He can't be. A second later, the clown was producing a large knife from his pocket, his smile growing wider as he stepped closer to the assassin. You're not real. This isn't real. The man was screaming, his knees buckling as his legs quivered with fear. I've been self-medicating for years, trying to dull this power inside of me. This thing that manifests your worst fears. Anyone exposed to it dies a horrible, terrifying death at the hands of their nightmares made real. Whatever is haunting me, it knows everything you're most afraid of, and it feeds on that fear. It eats it like a meal. The man stumbled backwards and fell suddenly downwards, disappearing into the ground.
Bro, how you
The
fall into
floor
his
had
grave
become an
inside the
unfilled
hospital?
grave which he had backed himself into. Looking down from the
You
bed,
didn't look for your
I saw
AirPods,
dirt
did
begin
you?
to fill it in from the top as he screamed. The black soil filled his
I did a
gaping
little bit.
mouth as he called out for mercy. And then a second later, the clown leapt into the grave as well, the knife clenched between his teeth. Dull screaming sounds could be heard from beneath the loose soil for a second, and then polished off-white linoleum replaced the grave, and I found myself alone in the hospital room. I
The very
finished
first
taking the
place
cuffs
I looked,
off,
I found them.
glancing nervously
Where?
at the locker as I did so, waiting for it to open again. When it didn't, I marched myself down to the nurse's station. Several staff members were huddled behind the desk, looking terrified. "Is it safe?" one of them asked, seeing me covered in blood standing there. "Is he gone?" I thought about this for a second. Well, he's gone,
In your MK
but
satchel.
it's not safe. The
Oh,
nurses looked confused.
didn't
A
look in there.
utility closet door began to creak open nearby,
I forgot I had
revealing
it
the
on.
pitch blackness inside, and a
It's
chuckle of
clown.
laughter escaped from within. Huh. I guess a lot of people are scared of clowns around here. Listen, lady, we don't have much time. I'm gonna need you to draw up a syringe of Haldol or clozapine or something. Like right now, or you're all gonna be in a lot of trouble. It all started with the explosion in the containment facility at Area
It's like the stories are only halfway done when they finish.
#51. Nobody knows exactly what caused the accident, but there were a hell of a lot of casualties. Not only that, but the base's hospital was inundated.
The stories
with
are
dozens of
interesting though,
wounded
LOL.
soldiers. As a nurse,
Yeah.
that meant our quiet little military hospital was suddenly full of bleeding bodies and yelling voices.
Hey, look, it was
Blood
me.
was on the floors, and doctors screaming for assistance could be heard ringing throughout the cramped, close-quarters medical unit. My patient caseload had increased from the regular 1 or 2 sick soldiers
Look, it's me.
to 10
Look, it's me. Look. You see, I'm a good actor.
or more, and they were all in rough shape. Worst of all was Peter. I felt bad for him
Damn,
immediately.
Peter.
Despite his horrifying injuries, he slept constantly, looking
What other
almost
side of his
peaceful,
face at?
aside from the occasional twitch or grimace. Nobody really knew what was wrong with him. He was in the cold storage section of the facility when the
Cold
explosion
storage?
happened,
Oh.
according to the reports I'd read. His left eye was blinded, and the entire left side of his body was burnt badly. His arm was amputated after the doctors decided it wasn't salvageable.
Damn.
The odd part was, his flesh had begun to turn a purple color on the affected side. It reminded me of internal bleeding, that violet shade spreading insidiously from beneath the surface, indicating something much worse and much darker happening underneath. Strangely, there were no signs that he was bleeding internally. His hemoglobin was stable. In fact, it was
Too
rising
stable.
faster than most blood loss victims. They
Are
were
you
on
playing
intravenous
basketball this
medication
weekend?
Constantly.
I think so.
A cocktail of drugs with long, complicated names that I had never
I
heard
think
of
so, yeah.
before.
I think I have a game this
When I
weekend.
asked the doctors about the meds, they told me they were top secret, experimental, and
Top
not
secret?
to ask any more questions about them.
No
Bright
questions.
green, almost fluorescent bags of medication which glowed in the darkness.
Glow in
pumped
the
into him
dark?
constantly, and I could almost see his skin beginning to glow faintly green in the night as well.
He turned into the
His
Hulk.
body emitting a thrumming sound, like electricity. We
His
had him
body making a
sedated
sound?
to keep his agony to a minimum. You can't feel pain while you're asleep, so it seemed
Who
like
said
the most
that?
humane thing. But there are risks when you sedate someone. If you take it too far, their breathing will slow down. Their heart rate will too. And when that happens, you have to bring them back. It was during my shift when that happened. His respiratory rate dropped down below 10, then 8. He began to take long pauses between breaths. I was at the bedside, so I pulled out my stethoscope to listen to his chest. Something immediately caught my attention. A slithering, wet sound like an eel was moving around.
Bro, his
inside
heart
of
supposed to
him.
be on the other side.
But then it was silent and still again. Surely just my
Yeah,
imagination.
his heart supposed to be on the other side. What the fuck are you
Refocusing.
doing?
His pulse had slowed considerably. It was close to 40 beats per minute and dropping fast.
Damn.
I went over to the infusion pump and paused it. After a few moments, the machine began to wail, like a hungry infant left unattended. Pulling out my cell phone, I quickly called the doctor. Luckily,
And the
he
doctor
wasn't
said,
far, and was in the room with me a minute later, standing over the patient. How are his stats? I put him on a non-rebreather, but he's still in the low 80s, I said, checking the patient's oxygen levels on the monitor. Dr. Baum was holding a stethoscope to Peter's chest, listening closely. I wanted
What are
to
you
check with
listening
you
for?
first before
'Cause
we
it's
get
hard on
the
the other
reversal
side.
agent. What do you think?
his lungs?
Give him a few more minutes. Let's see if his numbers come up. Sir, are you sure? I knew from my experience that if his oxygen level stayed below 90% for long, it would cause irreversible brain damage.
Brain damage.
We needed to administer Narcan immediately. This seemed to be going against the doctor's code of do no harm. Restart the infusion, the doctor said, his face grim. Keep him under. Keep an eye on his pressure. Let me know if his numbers drop any lower.
Any lower?
Before I could say another word, he was gone. What the
Are you trying to
hell?
get dude brain
I
damage?
muttered to myself in disbelief. He wanted me to keep the infusion going, but that meant the patient would continue to deteriorate. My fingers hovered over the restart button on the infusion pump, but I couldn't do it. Something about the whole thing felt
Hit the
wrong,
button.
and I didn't want to risk my
Hit the
license
button,
or,
Nicholas.
more importantly,
Nicholas, hit the
patient's
button.
life. Instead of following the doctor's instructions, I went out of the room to get a second opinion. There had to be another physician around somewhere, and they would surely recognize the need for a reversal agent. Without it, the patient would die. Unfortunately, when I got out in the hallway, I saw everyone was so busy there was no chance of flagging down a doctor. The only other physician I could see had both hands pressed firmly into someone's sternum, blood pouring out around the sides.
Nah, you
They
can't
were
help you,
screaming
G.
for gauze and a crash cart, but no one was coming. My instincts took over, and I left my patient for a minute to assist the doctor, knowing the situation was dire and they needed help. I fetched the crash cart and called to code blue, hitting a nearby button on the wall which sounded an alarm. I hooked up oxygen tubing and cranked the liters per minute to 20, as high as it would go.
Okay.
Once the oxygen mask was on the patient, I had a moment to look down. The patient was turning blue around the lips. I pushed hard on both sides of the balloon attached to the mask, forcing air into his lungs, causing his chest to rise and fall. I did this again and again, watching the monitor as his O2 levels began to increase. Finally, after several long minutes, some help arrived, and I was able to leave them to their work. I went back to my patient, terrified of what I might find when I entered the room.
He's not there.
But I never would have guessed what I saw when I walked in. Never in my wildest dreams. Peter was lying on the bed, thrashing about, and making muffled screaming noises. Something was covering his mouth, something plant-like and purple with branching vines.
What the fuck is that?
Whatever the growth was, it was coming from the stump of Peter's amputated left arm. It was spreading rapidly, moving outwards in all directions.
Turn the
The
green
purple
stuff
vines
back
were
on.
growing as if in a time-lapse video, with each passing second covering more of Peter's face and the surfaces around him. The squirming, constantly shifting vines were crawling up the IV pole. With sudden, incredible force, the vines grabbed the IV pole and picked it up effortlessly. Then it was thrown violently through the window at the far side of the room, shattering into pieces.
Damn.
What the hell was that?
I heard someone shout from outside the room.
Help!
I managed to yell, my voice finally working after several attempts to scream. Peter's eyes shot open, the whites of them no longer white,
Oh, it's
but
over.
instead a swirling purple.
It's over for you,
The vines
Nicholas.
Your
propelled him
plate is on the
upward until
counter.
He was hovering, suspended in the center of the room. Then he locked eyes with me. Vines shot out from the wriggling mass, leaping at me like cobras. They wrapped around my neck and arms, squeezing hard until I could see my limbs beginning to turn purple from lack.
Finna watch Warriors vs Suns.
You said you finna watch it?
Lack of oxygen. My fingers began to tingle as if falling asleep. The sensation turning into
choking-
pins and needles, and then
Choking a
nothing at
booger
all.
out of him.
My hands were a dark, violent shade of purple now, reminding me of how Peter had looked before all of this. That seemed like 100 years ago now, but it had only been a few minutes.
Should have kept the green
Just as I
stuff
felt
on.
myself losing consciousness, the door burst open behind me. I managed to turn my head enough to see the vines were all over the room now, making it look like the inside of some enormous creature which had swallowed us whole.
What the hell?
A doctor said from the doorway, before screaming loudly.
Lock it down! We've got a grower!
He turned around and began
What
to
the fuck
run,
is a grower?
but it was too late. A vine shot through his skull like a blade, and I
Damn.
watched him fall lifelessly to the ground a second later.
R.I.P.
The
Doc.
vines began to wrap him up and envelop him, growing and spreading down his throat and into his ears. A klaxon began to howl, drowning out the sounds of my struggles. The room turned red with the light of a hazard beacon on the ceiling, and I felt the vines around my neck loosening. I looked at Peter and saw his attention had shifted to the breeze coming from the open window. He clearly wanted to escape, and that was outweighing any desire he had to murder me. After a few long seconds, he finally dropped me and I fell to the floor, gasping for air. To my horror, I looked up and saw Peter climbing out the window. The vines grasped the window's edges like extra limbs, and he was outside a second later, the slithering mass of viney tentacles following him. The desert wind rushed in, and a blast of
That's
sand
crazy.
hit my face, blinding me. Then the door burst open again, and screams of horror could be heard from the security personnel in the hallway. Luckily, they had missed the worst of it, and managed to contain and kill the remaining life forms in the room using a freezing agent like a massive fire extinguisher. Afterwards, I exited the room, coughing up white dust, but thankful to be alive. Scars across my neck and wrists serve as evidence of what I've been through, despite the government's denials. I've been trying to spread the word since all of this happened, even though it meant a dishonorable discharge from the military. Some have even accused me of treason, but it doesn't matter. They can lock me up in their secret prison beneath the desert for all I care. It only matters that this gets out to the public. People need to know. They need to be ready. Something escaped from Area 51, and it won't stop until we've all been assimilated.
Man, that's crazy.
Thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe and smash that like button to get notified every time I upload a new video. You can also check out some more of my animated horror stories right here.
All right, we need another one. Doctor No Sleep. I wish she had a. I wish she had a version
I
of
was
this
lying
that was.
on my bed late
that
one
was-
Friday evening, scrolling through my phone. A pile of school books and papers sat in the corner of my room, and
Not-
although I had a mind-numbing amount
PG-13.
of work to do, I refused to start that night. I was in the middle of a video about a golden retriever saving a baby from a fox when Dylan, my best friend, FaceTimed me. I accepted,
Would you rather?
and an image of Dylan appeared. His face was washed out with the harsh light of his computer screen. His phone appeared to be propped up
Let's see
behind
what's
his
up with
keyboard.
this.
Jay,
He said,
what are you doing right now?
I was watching a dog save a kid, but you interrupted that.
Oh, bummer. Well, go open your Tor browser.
Dude, I don't want to scroll through all the drugs people can buy on the dark web right now. It gets old.
a few months prior, Dylan and I had tried our hand at exploring the dark web. We did the research, downloaded the necessary browser, and started our dive into the most mysterious corners of the internet. At first, we were disappointed. The dark web was nothing like what people had described it to be, at least not at first glance. It just looked like a shittier version of the internet, with more broken links and useless information. Then, we did a little more research and learned how to find the more interesting stuff. We had no interest in the horrifying videos people had talked about. In fact, we took care to stay away from anything like that. The furthest we ever came down the dim path was to a site called the Silk Road. This was a darknet black market.
Like
Here,
market.
you could buy almost any illegal thing imaginable, but the main commodities were drugs and weapons. At first, we were excited by the novelty of it all, pumped full of adrenaline from knowing that we were a few clicks away from having something we shouldn't. Of course, we would never actually buy anything. We were just curious to see what was out there. But I had already seen it and had no interest in exploring further.
Dude,
Dylan said,
didn't you hear? The Silk Road got shut down. The FBI traced it back to some guy and arrested him. Oh,
I said.
then what do you want to do? I found this game. It says we can win real money if we play. Just log on and I'll show you.
I rolled my eyes, but I had nothing better to do. So
You don't do
I
it.
got out of bed, sat down in front of my computer, and started up the Tor browser.
All right,
I said,
this better not be some
don't do
fucked
it.
up torture game or something.
Jay, calm down. It's nothing like that. Go to wouldyourrather.onion.
I heard a crash, and Dylan's phone clattered across the floor.
Would you rather?
I couldn't
got
see anything on his side,
Oh, no.
but I heard struggling and someone choking.
Dylan?
I asked, my heart pounding.
Dylan,
You
are you
picture me out
okay?
there playing?
Someone
I
grabbed me
picture
from
you
behind.
out there playing.
An arm was tied around my neck, and I couldn't even scream. A damp rag was forced onto my face. The smell on it hurt my head. I continued to fight against the arm for a moment, and then slipped into unconsciousness. I awoke next to Dylan in a large metallic room. Dylan was wearing a blue jumpsuit with no shoes. Looking down, I saw that I had the same attire. Next to us, there were two men in red jumpsuits. One of them was a large man with a pimpled face and a hairy chin.
Ugh.
The other was a thin, pale man.
He like
Beyond
Doctor
them,
Strange.
there were two college-aged girls in green jumpsuits.
They look
As
like
they
twins.
sat up, I saw that they were identical twins. They were blonde
at it.
and beautiful. All of us had a
But
thick
one of them
metal
got
brace
one of
around
them
our
got
necks.
green eye. They're not identical. What
The
the
rest
fuck?
of the room was empty, except for a platform to the left. An ominous figure stood on the platform. He was wearing a gray jumpsuit. There was a round, featureless mask on his face. It was split down the middle with one half black and the other half white.
Featureless
The
mask.
word "or"
With
was
one
printed
half
on the
black,
middle
one
of
half-
the mask.
That's features.
The O was on the white side, and it
Sledge
was written
40.
in black.
Welcome
the
to
R
my
was on the
channel.
black side,
This
and it
is
was
turning
written
into
in
Saw.
white.
Welcome
What up,
to Would You
Sledge?
Rather.
It
A
really
robotic
is.
voice rang out
It's
across
kind of
the
crazy.
room.
Today, each team will be following through on the choices they submitted. Failure to complete the task will result in elimination. Non-compliance will result in elimination. What is this?
The large man bellowed.
You can't keep us here. You better let us go, right?
The man collapsed on the floor in agony. His body convulsed.
This like
And
Squid
stopped.
Games.
Blackbeard
The voice began.
has just demonstrated what will happen if you refuse to cooperate. This was a
Blackbeard.
warning.
The man with the username Blackbeard stood back up. He was sweating and looking terrified.
Oh, his name Blackbeard.
But he was still alive.
Where you at, Cat?
One of the girls was whimpering. Dylan leaned next to me and whispered,
Jay, what is going on?
What is going on?
I didn't know, and I didn't answer. Parts of the walls across the room moved, and 3 large screens
Isn't Sledge
appeared,
Jacob?
each in a row corresponding to the 3 teams. The first
Reggie.
prompt was on the screens, and below were the choices each person had made.
Let's go
We will
CP3.
start with Dylan, Blackbeard, and Amanda.
Olive oil was
Calling me
written
CP3.
on our screen. The other 2 screens had the word syrup. The floors in front of us shifted,
Syrup,
and 3
syrup,
metal chairs
olive oil.
rose from the floor. Our chair had a large jug of olive oil on it.
All teams who
Ah,
finish drinking their
it's
chosen
Jacob's
substance
anniversary
will
today
move
with his
on to
wife.
the next task.
Oh, that's
Vomiting
cool.
will result in punishment, but not elimination, so long as it is not self-induced.
Dylan looked at me.
This won't be so bad, right?
Wait, what did he say?
You'll
I
be
didn't hear what he
fine.
said.
I said. He said,
This will long teams who finish.
our chair had a large jug of olive oil on it.
All teams who finish drinking their chosen substance will move on to the next task. Vomiting will result in punishment, but not elimination, so long as it is not self-induced.
Dylan looked at
Oh.
me.
This won't be so bad, right? You'll be
Bro,
fine.
you gotta drink olive oil?
He sat on the chair
Oh,
and
that's a
held the jug
gallon.
in his lap.
That's a
You've made your choice.
The strange voice said.
Now, follow through.
They all
Would you rather drink syrup or olive oil? You watching TV?
I'm watching you on my TV.
Are you watching me on your TV? Would you rather drink syrup or olive oil? Damn, I don't even know. Because I feel like
Syrup would take forever to drink.
it depends on how thick it is. But the olive oil, well, olive oil doesn't really have a distinct taste. But like having the oil just slip down your throat just constantly, I feel like, damn, that's crazy. Let's see what happens.
unscrewed the caps and began drinking. Dylan effortlessly chugged the first quarter of the jug. Then he stopped and stared ahead. He bent over and puked. Pure oil came out of his mouth.
Punishment for blue team.
Dylan screamed and fell to the floor. But the shock didn't last long, and he got back up. He began to chug rapidly again, downing another quarter of the oil. Then he puked again and collapsed on the floor as the electric current shot through his body. I understood his strategy. He knew he couldn't contain all of the oil, so he was chugging as much of it at a time as he could, just to puke it up. He must have decided that the electric shocks were manageable. Time stretched on. They all drank slower the longer the task went on. Blackbeard was the only one who didn't puke. He was somehow able to stomach all that syrup. Finally, Dylan sat down in the chair with an empty bottle. The poor girl, Amanda, still had a quarter of syrup left, and she had already puked the most. She was sobbing as she continued the cycle of drinking, puking, and receiving an electric shock. The last bit of her syrup seemed to take an eternity to drink. We all sat in horror as the girl was tortured, but I didn't know what any of us could do for her.
Why you looking behind you? What
Amanda
you scared
downed
of?
the
Face
last
with
bit
tears of joy.
and
Face with
managed
tears
to
of joy.
stomach it.
The
All
cat in here.
teams will continue to the second task.
Or was
Allie grabbed Amanda, and the twin girls began to sob in each other's arms. The screens at the other end of the room changed to the second prompt. Our screen had the word Coles. The pale man with the username Tupac had also chosen Coles. Allie had chosen broken glass. 3 sections of the floor fell
hot
away,
coils and broken
and
glass.
a platform rose in front of each team. Our
Damn.
platform stretched nearly to the other end of the room and was covered in burning coals. The platform in front of Red Team was the same, Allie's platform ended only halfway across the room and was covered in glass. Dylan grabbed me. His face was shiny with oil, and up close, I could smell burns on his neck and see marks from the electric shocks.
You got this.
He said.
Just like when we were camping, no problem.
I nodded and stepped forward,
Bro,
feeling a rush
hot
of adrenaline
coals?
and moving into a runner's pose. The voice of our captor filled the room.
You have made your choice. Now, follow through.
I took off, ready to
hot
sprint to the end
coals
of the line
or
without
burning
thought.
oil?
But I had
broken
only
glass.
taken my second step when electricity filled my body. I collapsed onto the burning coals. The robotic voice again.
The choice you made was to walk across coals. This is your only warning.
I pushed myself up and stood on the coals, my bare feet already blistered. Slowly, I made my way to the other end of the room. The pain was nearly unbearable. Every instinct I had was
Damn, he
telling
tried
me
to
to
get
run
out
to
of
the
there.
end and step off the platform. But I didn't want to find out what it meant to be eliminated from the game.
No, don't do
I
that.
focused on patting out small flames on my jumpsuit from when I had fallen on the floor. Breathing deeply, I imagined that I was camping with Dylan and that
Bro,
we
that
were
shit
playing
hot.
a dumb game, seeing who could walk the slowest on the coals. The thought convinced me that I was in control of the situation, and it helped. The ground felt smooth. I had stepped off the platform. I had made it to the other side of the room. Collapsing onto the floor, I lifted my feet into the air as tears streamed down my face. My feet looked like raw hamburger meat. They were glowing red. A scream came from the other end of the room. Allie had slipped on the broken glass, blood streaming from her arms and legs.
I'm not doing this.
She shrieked.
I'm not moving another inch.
Failure to follow through will result in elimination.
What that mean?
The figure said.
Fine, I don't care. I'm not going to
King
play your
Frenzy
stupid
Frenzic
game.
is the best.
She was sobbing.
Yeah.
Very well. Green team has been eliminated.
We watched with horror. Both Allie and Amanda began writhing on the floor. This time, the electric current
Neither.
was so strong, I could hear the humming from across the room. I could smell the burning flesh.
It's either or
The
or die.
convulsions stopped, and Allie and Amanda never moved again. Tupac made it to the other side and fell to the floor like I did.
Congratulations, red team and blue team. You have both followed through on your choice. Regroup with your team for the third task.
The platforms of coals and glass moved back down into the floor. Dylan sprinted across the room and sat me up.
Dude, are you okay?
I'll live, I said. The screens, now behind us, changed to the third question. Our screen had the word spiders. Red teams had the word snakes.
Fuck me.
Dylan said under his
Damn.
breath. The smooth metal floor shook. Two large pits opened in the floor. The sound of legs scuttling rose from one and hissing rose from the other. I crawled over. Dylan's pit looked like a shifting mass of fuzzy water. Thousands of spiders of different sizes crawled over each other and attempted to climb up the perfectly smooth walls. Blackbeard's pit looked like living intestines sliding and slithering.
I can't do this.
At this point,
Dylan whimpered.
Yes, you can.
I'ma
I
say,
said, grabbing his hand
I'ma
from my
say,
seat on the floor.
depending
You saw what happened to the girls. You'll be okay, I promise.
on how
The voice
poisonous.
said,
You will enter the pits and lie flat for 5 minutes. Each pit contains some deadly species.
Deadly?
Avoid those. To complete this task, you must survive and emerge from the pit. You have made your choice. Now follow through.
Dylan and
Deadly.
Blackbeard descended ladders in their corresponding pits. When Dylan lay down on his back, he disappeared under the mass of spiders. Time crawled forward. I heard Dylan softly sobbing.
You got this, Dylan. Just don't move.
Blackbeard screamed. I saw him try to stand up, then fall back down. The way he fell didn't look like he had been shocked,
How unfortunate.
the voice said.
Blackbeard has met with a venomous viper. His heart is now stopped. Red team did not complete their task. Red
Damn.
team will be eliminated.
What?
Tupac shouted.
That's not fair. I didn't do anything wrong. It's not my fault that...
The hum sounded again. and
Damn,
Tupac
that's
fell.
crazy.
The smell of burning flesh was even stronger since he was right next to me. I thought I should care about these people dying, but I didn't. I was only thinking of Dylan.
Congratulations, Blue Team. You are the last team remaining. You may exit the pit.
Dylan sat up and stumbled up the ladder. I hugged him, ignoring the pain from my seared feet. His skin was swollen and lumpy. He apparently had sustained a fair number of bites.
Now for the final special choice. This choice was made by Stoner69.
My heart skipped a beat. I'd forgotten. In all the chaos, I hadn't thought ahead to the final question I had answered. No, I whispered. The screen changed. It read, "Would you rather receive $100,000 and have your partner die, or have you and your partner go home empty-handed?" Under the screen, my answer shined brightly. Receive $100,000. Let partner die. Dylan turned to me.
Damn.
Jay,
He questioned, fear in his eyes.
it was just a joke.
I said frantically.
I didn't think it was real.
I turned to the mysterious man on the platform.
I've changed my mind. I don't want the money. I don't want him to die.
The mask turned to me. The voice said,
You've made your choice. Now, follow through.
the hum of electricity
follow
pierced
through.
the air. Dylan crumpled. His body jerked and jolted and spasmed. I screamed and grabbed him, feeling his muscles contracting and releasing in my hands. His neck turned black, and then he was gone. I looked up to see the man with the mask disappear into an opening in the wall. My shock collar clicked and fell from my body. A small opening appeared in front of me. A bag ascended. Inside the bag were crumpled bills, not even rubber banded or neatly stacked. I felt that it was this psychopath's way of adding insult to injury. The wall beside me lifted, opening a portal to the outside world. A cool breeze rolled
Bro,
in.
he killed this man for
I sat in
100,000.
front of the bag and stared blankly ahead, past Dylan's body. The bills unfurled and scattered into the vacant wind.
Gee, and you let your money fly away too? Damn. Damn, that's. Hold on, we gotta go to the video. Drop a like. Bro, I damn near want to just keep doing this. Damn. That's crazy. Okay. It's editing time, everybody. Time to edit. Woo. Not really feeling this, but actually I am. That's kind of chill. Did I not save it? Oh, am I in the wrong? That's a good angle for the donut. That's a great angle right there. How do I get rid of this one? How do I get rid of this one? Gee, this ain't it.
Do you always go to work at 8 a.m.?
Yeah, every day. We need to. All right, so this is where we are now with the donut. I'm going to pull up. I don't know where we stopped with the I don't know where we stopped with this. Bro, everyone is streaming on YouTube right now because Facebook is down. Kind of crazy.
That's what I'm talking about. A realistic Simpsons donut.
It do look like a Simpsons donut, don't it? That's crazy. We'll turn this down though.
Need them sprinkles.
Yeah, I'm about to pull the tutorial back so we can get it back going. Do you remember where we stopped
if you
at?
just open Blender for the first
I think we stopped after this. We did the render tutorial.
often, I sort of just leave it at the default. If you set it
All right,
at
so
0,
we're
we'll
on
try
number 8. All right, so I'm gonna turn on my lower screen again, and we're gonna go full screen mode. How does this look? All right, full screen mode. We can get him some sound.
Okay, I spoke out of turn. I know I said in the last part we were going to do geometry nodes. Got ahead of myself. Sorry to excite you.
All right, we're here.
Texturing and shading comes first because it is much more essential. In this case, for example, our donut. we've just got solid colors, and that's okay for our icing. But our donut base here is a solid, almost canary yellow. That's definitely the wrong shade of donut.
Yeah.
Real donuts, bringing up some reference photos. By the way, this extra software here, I haven't mentioned it, PureRef. It's what all 3D artists use to manage reference. You can just like paste in images from the internet and then just create like a canvas and then like rearrange things, and it's really, really fantastic. But anyways, I've just got 2 photos here. Real donuts, they're not just one solid color, right? As we spoke about in the last part. No,
It's a little bit light in the middle.
But the modeling part, right? Where we created that part that like indents it.
I want to
Because
see
of the way
you with
donuts
a
are
bald
cooked,
head face
you
with
have,
tears of joy.
Some parts that are going to receive less hot fat that it's sitting in when it's cooking. So this middle part,
Well, I
it's
guess
most visible here,
you'll see it when
can often
when I
be
edit
lighter
myself.
than the rest. Okay, that's one aspect of it. But then also, the rest of the donut isn't one solid color either. It's also got, you know, light patches, brown patches, little speckledy bits, and things all over it. And that can add interest. And you might not think you would see it. You know, if you were to do a render up here, you really wouldn't. But we're going to have our donuts spinning around on a turntable. So we do need to see it because we're going to see the backside of it. So it's just a great opportunity to just learn about textures and shaders and things.
Try getting a real donut
So
reference
we don't
picture.
need our icing, so I'm going
You
to hide
got a
that
rendered
just by
one.
hitting H.
I got
or,
one.
I think I mentioned this before, but you can also do it up here in the outliner, just clicking the little eye there. We'll just hide it. Hotkey to bring anything back that has the material, the little eye disabled, it's Alt-H. So hide with H or Alt-H to bring it back. Anyways, okay. So this is our donut here. Okay. Now we spoke a little bit about the materials over here. I mean, really all we changed was just the base color, and we did some subsurface scattering for the icing.
I
and we
think
also
those 2
used
are
the
rendered.
roughness down here. I would say, by the way, that like, you know, all these values here, they're like confusing, and a lot of artists can like get really into the weeds with it. Like if you just stick to the base color,
rendered?
the roughness value, and then the normal map, which we'll get to in a bit for bump mapping, that's really like 90% of the materials you make will use just those 3 things: base
Well, I can
color,
use it,
roughness, and normal mapping. But anyways, okay. Now this material view here that we've got here, you can see if you wanted to add in image textures and like combine things and whatever, this thing would get very bloated and very like annoying and frustrating to use. And actually the old version of Blender, like 2.49, which was like 10 years ago, you had to do everything in this sort of this view here. Thankfully, we don't have to do that anymore. There is a node editor, which you can access by hitting the shader tab at the top of your window there. That'll take you to the shader workspace, which will load up all these extra windows and things. I think mine is set to solid view shading by default, but yours was probably this one. But yeah, it's loaded up a bunch of extra windows here. I actually don't need the ones on the left-hand side. I never need them. So I'm actually going to click and drag across to merge them. So top left-hand corner of any like sub window, and then you click and drag across, and then you can merge, or you can just right click on the area and say join areas, and then just merge it across. So all I'm looking for is my model at the top here, and then at the bottom here, this is our node editor. So you can see that this node here, this
Do you
this
have
long
any
list of
tattoos?
settings, let's call it, this
I have
resembles
0
what is
tattoos.
over here, because in fact it is a 1-to-1 copy. So this material panel here is really just a way to like, if you need simple changes, like, you know, you're just adding in an object, you know, and then, I just want that object to be, red or something. I can do it over here very quickly. But if I want to do texturing and combine things and do like interesting things with the material, that's when you want to switch to the shader. The node editor, which is where you can do.
I forgot to snap to the center. Oh, it's no, that's not it. I forgot to snap to the middle. Make a Hertz donut. What's a Hertz donut?
You should make a Hertz donut.
What's a Hertz donut?
Hertz, don't it?
Wow. Wow. Where my thing go?
Okay,
Rolling
I spoke
on
out
the
of
floor
turn. I know
laughing,
I
rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
Damn, Reg, you ain't had to do me like that.
Can I get the donut special you have on sale, rolling on the floor laughing?
What's special? What special I got? Shift right click control. What? Control shift tab. That ain't it. Oh, this. Is it? Go. Get there. That's not it. Shift right click and control. God damn, I gotta go back to the first one. Fuck. Damn, my music stopped and stuff. Damn, what? Everything just went wrong. What the?
If you've just opened Blender for this big window that you can see right here opened up, this is called the 3D viewport, and it's where you'll spend probably 90% of your time, because anything like the objects, your lamp, triangle, render image, that camera, lighting, and textures, already
When in
used
doubt,
other 3D software,
Control
you're already
Z.
familiar with the concept, but what is sort of like a ready for to that final.
Well,
all right, but you might
problem
notice
isn't
like, okay,
that
well,
because-
all right.
Because if I just go back to layout mode, it's there, but I need to move it here.
Can we move this thing? How do we even do something basic like move it? There's two ways you could do it. One would be to use the move tool in your toolbar. If you activate that, you can see that over the cube now you get these arrows. Somewhere else, that is pan, which is shift middle mouse button. Okay, now I'm shifting my view.
There it is.
Is it move object? Or is it move camera? NVM, you got it.
I think my scale is off. Cause his is just the way it should be.
Might just be where you have your camera positioned.
It is on the point of the camera. Can I set this as the origin? I didn't do it. All right, what his look like?
Said in the last part we were going to do geometry nodes. Got ahead of myself. Workspace, which will load up all these extra windows and things. I think mine is set to solid view shading by default, but yours was probably this one. But yeah, it's loaded up a bunch of extra windows here. I actually don't need the ones on the left hand side. I never need them. So I'm actually going to click and drag across to merge them. So
All right,
top left hand corner of any like sub window, and then you click and drag across, and then you can merge, or you can just right click on the area and say join areas, and then just merge it across. So all I'm looking for is my model at the top here, and then at the bottom here, this is our node editor. So you can see that this node here, this long list of settings, let's call it, this resembles what is over here.
It
because
does.
in fact it is a one-to-one copy. So this material panel here is really just a way to, like, if you need simple changes,
how
like
is
you're
joint so
just
big,
adding in an
man?
object, and then I just want that object to be red or something. I can do it over here very quickly. But if I want to do texturing and combine things and do like interesting things with the material, that's when you want to switch to the shader. The node editor, which is where you can do you can add extra nodes and extra things, and it gets really interesting.
Buy 12 donuts and get 5 free
so
rolling on the
the
floor
node
laughing.
editor works, if you've never worked
Dang,
with nodes,
you make
is
me wanna
it
learn
works from
Blender
left
WU.
to right, okay? And it's very simple at the moment because this thing, by the way, these boxes, these are called, nodes, okay? And they work left to right. So it's taking a single shader, this principal BSDF, which, as I said, is based off of Disney shader. It's fantastic. It's got everything you need most of the time. And then it's just outputting it into this, it's sending that data into the material output as the surface value, and that is what is being rendered. So if I was to add in another node and plug it in here, it would change how it looks. So as an example, if I went to add, and then I added in texture, let's just pick a texture. Let's go Voronoi texture. I've got another node here with some things, distance, color, position, and all things here. If I was to take this, plug this into my base color, you can see that now this is reflecting. So it's lost the setting that was there before, that canary yellow. It's lost that, and it's replaced it with the input of my Voronoi texture. You should see the difference between distance and color. Texturing, it's a whole thing in and of itself. There's courses on procedural texturing. It's very interesting.
Bro, how do I set the...
The great thing about a workflow like this, like if I want to go to my camera over there, I can select my camera, and number pad period will take me over to there. Again, my laptop users are going, oh no, I don't have a number pad. All right. The alternative way to do it is hold down the tilde key, which is that weird key underneath your escape key you've probably never used before. That brings up a pie menu with a bunch of view options, and view selected is...
That's what it is. Tilde, view selected. There we go. There we go.
Using, you can...
LOL, you got me going to bed at 12 during the week.
It's a whole thing in and of itself. There's courses on procedural texturing.
Hey, my fault.
It's very interesting, and you can do a lot with it. The great thing about a workflow like this, like using a node to create textures, is that you can come back and change it later on. Like if I was to paint in this browning, white, yellowing effect or whatever, this little speckledy view there. That is one way that you could texture a donut. You could do it that way. The problem is if I then later on realize like, the size of those speckledy bits, they're too big or they're too brown or something like that. If I'd painted that in, I couldn't change it easily later on. But I could if I had done it with shaders over here, with procedural, non-destructive workflows like this. I could come back and change it at any time. So anyways, you can see that going left into this to right and then spitting it out into the material output. That is how we are creating a shader. Okay, so let's delete that and let's now create the actual texture. Okay, so I'm going to add or Shift A, same hotkey as the 3D viewport, by the way. I'm going to add in the texture that you use like 10 times more than any of these others, to be honest, besides maybe image texture, is noise texture right here. So this noise texture, you can see that you've got two outputs, you've got color and you've got factor, and they are very similar. The factor value is basically just the grayscale version of the color. So the color is giving us a sort of a rainbow splatter across everything. And if I change the scale here, I can change the size of that splattering effect. If I take the factor, put that into the base color, it's just the black and white version of that. Okay, so that's all very well and cool, but how do I create the colors of my original donut light, like the colors that I had here originally? By the way, if you want to cut a node string, which you've got there,
is this an auto-generated texture or a skin you're placing on your render? Or if you just want to cut and slice through the middle, it's Control right mouse drag, and that'll bring out the knife, and then it will just sever any connection basically. So if I want to change the colors of that, I could do this by adding in another node between these two. And the node that I'm looking for is add, or Shift A, add, converter color ramp. Color ramp is a really handy node. You'll use it a lot. And if I drop that in between here, this is now taking the black and white values and is converting it into this range, essentially. And you can see that if I just change these sliders, it's basically acting like a contrast of that noise texture. But I could change the colors here to be, anything I wanted.
Is this auto-generated texture? I think it's auto-generated.
Yeah, but if I change these to something a little more similar to the original donut color, something like that maybe, and then maybe make this like a little bit darker, a little bit more saturated. Let's bring that across, or something like that. That looks a little closer to something.
Wait, hold on. How you get to the colors though? Oh, down.
Anything I wanted. I could make a really weird, horrible looking donut very quickly. But if I change these to something a little more similar to the original donut color, something like that maybe, and then maybe make this like a little bit darker, a little bit more saturated. Let's bring that across, or something like that. That looks a little closer to something that was right here.
Wait, hold on. All right.
Of that noise texture.
So he had his
but
dark.
I could change the colors here to be, anything I wanted.
And his light.
I could make a really weird, horrible looking donut very quickly. But if I change these to something a little more similar to the original donut color, something like that maybe, and then maybe make this like a little bit darker, a little bit more saturated. Let's bring that across.
Bro, he do this so smooth, like, bro. All right, so he hop in here with the.
Something like that maybe, and then maybe make this like a little bit darker, a little bit more saturated. Let's bring that across, or something like that. That looks a little closer to something that was right here. Something else that'll really help you, and I want to use it straight away, is actually it's the Node Wrangler add-on.
Make sure
Because
the
what I wanna do
difference
is I
in
wanna
color isn't too
preview
extreme.
My noise texture
I think
here
he's making
to
his
show you
colors more
something, but you
gradual.
can't really see it very well.
I'm
And
trying.
yeah, basically, go to your edit preferences, and then go to add-ons.
I'm trying to get to that. Mine is. I think he might have saturation on his stream. I think this is close.
Plus I think he made his polygons a little smaller, which generates softer shadows. It is your fault, grinning face with sweat.
His polygons are smaller. But technically, I didn't try to make that many polygons yesterday.
Something else that'll really help you, and I want to use it straight away, is actually it's the Node Wrangler add-on. Because what I want to do is I want to preview my noise texture here to show you something, but you can't really see it very well. And basically, go to your edit preferences, and then go to add-ons, and then just type in Node, and you should see one here called Node Wrangler. So just enable that, and then this will enable you to, if you hold down Control, Shift, and left click on any node, you are then previewing just that node. So just seeing the raw output of that and bypassing all this other stuff. I could also Control Shift on the color ramp, and I could see just that. And then if I want to see everything, I just Control Shift.
His scale is higher.
Shader there. The Node Wrangler is like the one add-on that all Blender users use all the time because it's so handy.
The scale was
so you can do a
higher.
bunch of stuff with it, but yeah, this is one really convenient
By
feature.
polygons I meant
Anyways,
that part
what
where
I
you
wanted to
guys
show
turned
you
it into a
with this noise
camo
texture
donut
here is that
before.
it's actually,
Right
there's a
before
bit
the
of
coloring
noise-
part.
Sorry, there's a bit of stretching. The size of these splotches
That
here
looks good
are
now,
different
though.
to how they look on the top. On the top they look fine, but on the sides here they look stretched. And that is a little bit technical, but the way that any texturing works in 3D software is it has to take a 2D texture. Think of like a Photoshop
That
file.
should be
It's an
better.
image. And then
I
it has to
didn't see
somehow
the scale
map
was-
that onto a
was that high.
3D model. In fact, this is actually very obvious when you add an image texture. So if I just add in an image texture, just to demonstrate this, let's use, why not? Let's use a thumbnail from the previous parts of this tutorial series. If I just paste this on here, bam, Nightmare Fuel. Let's turn off, let's go for it, there you go. You can see that it's stretched around the donut. It's tried to add it. Yeah, it's mapped
How do I
parts
undo
of
this?
that 2D texture onto this 3D model. It has to do it somehow. And it just so happens that the one that it does for procedural textures, which is what this is, this noise texture,
That looks
it's just
better.
wrong. I think it uses UV or generated or something. Instead, we want to change it to something else. So we can do that by adding another image, another node over here to the left. So Shift A, and then the one that you are looking for is Input Texture Coordinate. Texture Coordinate. So the default one is generated. So if you don't have
Input.
anything connected into your vector input, which is, by the way, the vector input, vectors. How do you explain vectors? You don't. You just don't. In the beginning tutorial series, you don't need to know it. But really, the colors of these inputs, yellow goes to yellow, green goes to green, gray goes to gray. I mean, it doesn't actually, gray and yellow can be interchangeable. It doesn't really matter if gray goes into a yellow, but generally you want to use the same color going into the same color. So this blue one, you must make sure that at least you've always got a blue input going into it, but it should be a texture coordinate is the one you're looking for. So generated is the one that it will use by default if nothing is added into it. What we want to change it to is object. When you do that, you might think like, oh, it's broken, nothing's happened. It is there, it's just that the scale of this has changed. So I need to increase this to be much higher before I can see that back. And now you can see I don't have that stretching occurring across the donut. Basically, object, it will basically treat the 3D view rather, instead of like wrapping it around it, it'll sort of like try to understand it like in a 3D depth, the depth of it, and like
That kinda
if
looks
this
like a
part of the
donut.
mesh is like hitting this part of the cloud, it'll map it to
That
there.
kinda looks like a donut.
Anyway, that's sort of the way I imagine it. It's it's just, yeah, it does the correct mapping, essentially, for our donut. So we'll change the scale of this. Okay, this is the joy of procedural workflows like this. You can change the size and shape and things of anything you want. You can also change the detail, which you can't really see much going on here, but if you go like detail 0, it's just like soft big shapes, but then you can increase it, and it's kind of like it's adding more and more smaller shape splotches in between it almost. But default is 2. Let's just leave it at that. All right. The other thing I want to do in this case is I want to create, and this is the joy of nodes, is that you can take the output of this and not just use it for the color input, which we've got here, but actually make it drive another part of the shader. And one part of the shader we want to make it drive is the bump map, okay? Because looking
looks
at
like the mini donuts from the county fair.
Especially on the
Needs
silhouette,
sugar though.
but you can see it here, like the surface. If you were to run your fingernail across that donut, you would see it like it would raise. There's little bumps and micro grooves and everything happening across there. So we want to make this splotchy effect not just affect the color, but also affect the bump. And we can do that by adding another node, because what we need to do is make it drive this normal input. And there is no way you could ever guess that normal is what would drive the bump information of a shader. And while it would be great to make it like user-friendly and say just call this bump, it's not just used for
making
bump.
me
It's
crave
used
for
a whole
funnel
bunch
cake
of
now.
things. It's basic.
LMAO.
Normal is the directions
Funnel
of the
cake go
face
crazy.
on the model, essentially. So if you're doing something to the normals of a shader, you are changing the appearance of the way those faces look. It's all very technical. It's kind of mathematical. You don't really need to know it, other than to say that this is a blue input, input. So you couldn't take, and you could try, if you put the factor output of that noise texture into there, that would be wrong. Okay, doesn't know what to do. It's now like it's converted our faces from smooth to just hard. It's completely wrecked it. I would actually love it if it just came up as red.
Real
Don't
talk
do
though.
that. This thing
Strawberry
should just
or
be
chocolate
red.
syrup
We need
funnel
to
cake.
convert this first into information that the normal thing can read. So to do that, we want to hit Shift A and then go vector, and the node I'm looking for is bump. Okay, if I dropped this in here, if I drop it over a highlighted connector, it will now automatically drop it in there in the middle and connect it. It's done it terribly though. It's tried to guess, but it's done a bad job. I don't want to drive the normal input. I want to put it into the height input. Height. Okay, now it is appearing the way it should. It's just way too strong. Now you might think that what you need to change is the strength. That's actually not correct. The strength should always be 1. It's kind of like on or off, like bump. The one that you're looking for is distance, which is how in the 3D space, like how big do you want these bumps to appear? So it doesn't have a nice slider or anything, but it's the one you need. And I believe, I could be totally wrong on this, but I have heard,
strawberry with whipped
I'm pretty
cream.
sure it's correct, but this distance value is in blended units, which is by default metric. So this is treating this bump as if it is 1 meter. Like you want the bumps to be 1 meter, which is ridiculous.
1.
So it's about 100 times what it should be. So I'm going to change this to 0.002. 0.002. And now that is much better. Now you can't really see. Can you see it?
Well, you should know. I'm all for the strawberry with whipped cream. LMAO.
Turned up the detail. Yeah. And this is the joy of bump mapping, of normal mapping, really, because that's what this is. This is fakery. All this detail here is detail that you get for free. You can see it's not changing the silhouette of our donut, okay, which is important. This is just, it's a fakery illusion to pretend as if this detail exists when it doesn't. So it's only appearing on the shader, so on the faces of the light and everything like that. It's not actually displacing it. If you wanted to do that, you would have to pay for it with so much higher like mesh density and everything. We did it actually for the previous tutorial. We'll not be using it for this because it was overkill. I went way too far on that. We're just going to keep it simple and make it look nicer as well. So I often joke, like the person who discovered normal mapping, or this technique for bump mapping, must have fallen out of their chair, like in 1990s or 80s or whatever. They must have been like, this is the key that will finally enable us to create the detail needed in film and everything without having to pay for it on our you know, ridiculously slow computers, because it's really insane what it's doing for free. It's all video games use normal maps because it's fake detail. You don't have to pay for it with render times. So it is phenomenal. Anyways, so I don't want to use a detail of 3 because look, this is where it comes into like how detailed, how realistic do you want your donut to look? Because if you go really detailed, you kind of have to do it for everything, or else this one part will look odd. I see it a lot because I got 2 kids now, 1 2, 1 4. One that is 2 years old, one that is 4. That was a weird sentence. And they just watch terrible kids shows because there's just so much terrible kids content out there. It's just like all kids shows, they just don't care about like detail consistency.
They don't.
They'll have like a high-res grass model and then just like this simplified house. And it's like, why? Just
why? Just
can you
make
not
everything
tell
simple.
that like super detailed Mega Scans grass model doesn't go with that like Duplo house? I don't know. It's just one of my pet peeves. But what I'm saying is like if you go really detailed on this, you will have to do it for your icing, your everything. So we actually want to go simplified. Keep it sort of a stylized sort of look. I reckon around like something around about 3. That might look good. And then, you know, change the size of your scale or whatnot if you want to change that. But something like that. Like it's still clearly like not very, like the color hasn't changed much. And we're gonna in the next part actually do some texture painting.
Oh, that's
but you can
nice
see
right
that
there.
it's got more visual interest there than was before. I might actually turn that down to like an even subtler amount, maybe somewhere in the middle. You can change it at any point in the process. That is the joy of 3D rendering. Okay, cool. So in the next part, we are going to be doing the painting aspect, where we're going to create that white part that goes around the middle there.
Let's do
and
it.
then we're going to be combining it with the rest of our shader here and learning some more good stuff. So
Let's
click
do
here
it.
to join me in the next part. See you there. So our existing node setup is a purely procedural workflow. This is all using computer mathematics and everything to create the result, which is all great, and it enables us to adjust things later on. It's great. But for the next thing that we want to add is this white bit around our donut, where it's been sitting in the fat, but it's like getting less hot fat on the surface maybe, so it's cooking it less. So it's a white part of it. And there's a number of ways, you know, there's always 100 ways to skin a cat in Blender. You could do it many different ways. You can make a gradient thing, do it all procedurally as well. But I find the fastest way, and actually probably the most, for something like this, like it's kind of like creative and you want to add some variation thing in there, you want to use texture painting. So Blender has that feature, texture paint, the little workspace at the top there. Click that, and this will take you to the texture paint window. Now, if you were to switch here, you can see that our donuts become purple, and that's because it needs an image texture to paint into, and one does not exist yet. You could create one over here, but really what you need to do first, and because we've already got a node set up already created over here, the best way to do it to make sure that you do it correctly and you haven't lost something is to add an image texture and then paint into that. When like basically add an image texture first and then switch to texture paint. So right up here, I'm going to hit Shift A, then go Input. Is it Input? Sorry. Texture. Image texture. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Image texture is the one you're looking for. And then I'm going to take that and I'm going to plug that into the base color. So I'm going to override this. In fact, I don't need the color ramp anymore. I'm just going to keep the noise texture that's going into the bump at the moment. So now that I've got this image texture, there's no image texture added. And no, I'm actually surprised it's black now. It used to be purple. Anytime Blender can't find an image texture, it would come up as purple. But evidently it's black for some reason. Anyways, you could, if you were to hit these two buttons here, Open will open a texture from your hard drive, as we demonstrated in the last part. You could do that. But if you want to paint into something or paint something from scratch, you want to hit New. And by the way, this one on the left-hand side here, this will show you any textures that's currently loaded into Blender. I could bring that up as well. So this is the previous reference photo that I loaded into Blender. So it's like temporarily storing it in the background so that I could recall it later on if I wanted. What I want to click on is New, because I want to create a new image texture. So I go to hit New, and then when you hit New, you get this like temporary little window pop-up thing. This is where we can change some values of things. The most important thing is the height and width. So this is the resolution of the image texture we're going to paint into.
Yeah.
So obviously the higher res you go, then the more detail you could paint in, right? So this is, I mean, you really shouldn't care about this as you're a beginner, because you won't know, like, depending on what model you're making, like how high res you need to go. But generally, like, you need to think, like, how close is the camera going to be to my object, and how, like, am I rendering in 4K? Is the camera going really close? Yes, you're going to need to maybe render in like 2 or 4K or something as a texture.
I'm back,
to
my
paint into,
friend.
right? But if it's something like this, like, honestly, you don't even need this big of an image. That's over. And the reason you don't want to go too big of an image is that the higher you go, the longer your render is going to take, because Blender will have to load that texture in into the like the memory, basically, to render with it. It's also going to be slower to work with whilst you're creating shaders and everything else. So you want to try to keep things light. And for something like this, we really don't need much at all. We don't even need the default, which is usually pretty low. I'm going to halve this. So, which, by the way, I'm just clicking and dragging down so that I can change both of the values at the same time. And I want to halve it. And the easiest way to halve it is to do the math in the field, which is a cool thing that Blender lets you do. So if I add in /, that's divide by, and then number 2, and then I hit enter, it's now halved it, basically.
So when are you gonna stream music making?
And by the way, why don't you just like type in like
that.
500, like why 512? 512 seems like an odd number. It's one of those, like, you know, computer technical things. It's like keeping it to the power of 2, I believe. It just makes it easier for it to process and store the information, or like render it in the correct space. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't looked into it too much. I've been using Blender for 15 years, but it's best to try to keep it with it. You know, it's like the memory of the computer. It's like 128,
maybe
256,
one of these days,
512.
Is it be cool if I made my own
etc. You kind of go in that.
In
I don't know. Maybe the nerds just insult you. The mathematical or the computer people, maybe you can reply in the comments what it actually is for. But anyways, just divide it by 2. I'm going to go 512. Now the base color, you could change it later on when we actually start painting, but just to make it easier, I'll just do it now. I'll set a sort of a base color of a donut. So something around about a value of a 0.8, saturation of around about a 0.6, something like that. I'll go with that. And then the name, which I could also change later, but
what did you
name
do?
it now. Donut base.
You said something around a 0.8 with a saturation of like about a 0.6.
Of around about a 0.6, something like that. I'll go with that. And then the name, which I could also change later, but I'll name it now. Donut base. I don't need alpha, and then I'm going to hit OK. Haha. So if this is, that color is the same as this color, then it would just be doing, like, nothing would have changed right now, because this is a solid image texture, which we can't see, right? But which we can't, like, I can't show you the image like on this view. But if we click on texture paint mode, you should see that it's shown up right here. When you click to texture paint mode, it should show you by default. This is the properties here. But if you click on active tool there, active tool, which it's always just visible, I believe, and it's always the active tool. And because we are in texture paint mode on our object, it's now showing us the texture paint. So it's saying where are you painting into, and it's painting into our donut base texture. And over here on the left hand side, you should see the solid color, which is the new image which we've created. If you can't see it, just select it over here and it should show up. Okay, now if I was to change this color to be something and just paint, you can see I'm painting onto my model, and you should also see it showing up on your image texture over there. Okay, now where is it, like, because the other thing you can do is you can change I mean, it's normally automatically set to this, but in my case it's not. I want to change to paint mode, and then I could actually paint directly over here as well. So this is, again, sort of talking about the image coordinates. So take a texture, a 2D flat texture, and map it onto a 3D model. It has to wrap it in some way according to texture coordinates. So this coordinates that we're using right now is the UV map. So if I was to actually go into edit mode, just go to edit mode right here. You can see these are my image, my mesh, right? And it's created this grid here. So each of these single grids, in fact, if I was to switch, don't do this, I'm just doing it so I can show you, and then go to sync mode, right? If I was to select different parts of this mesh, you can see which parts it actually correlates with on the image texture. There's actually a great image on Twitter. I'll paste it up here so you can see it, but it's yeah, it was like the best way to explain UV coordinates to like a toddler even is like a Christmas ornament, like a chocolate of a Christmas like little Santa thing. It's the exact same thing. It's taking a 2D thing and then it is wrapping it around the model. So that is what it's doing. So we're painting onto a 2D texture, which is then being mapped onto it. So you could paint over here or you could paint onto your model. It's generally much easier to paint onto the model. And that's what we're going to do. So I will, what view am I in? Yeah, let's go. Okay, image, editor, paint mode, and then texture paint mode. Okay, and then this is turned on again. I gotta turn that off. Okay, display. I don't want the image texture. Okay, all right, and then I want to change the fill thing. For some reason, it sets it as white. I don't know. And then I'll just click, single click, and now I've got my my donut base there. Solid color base, I mean. All right. Now, if I was to set this to a white color, and let's go, yeah, 0.8 will be fine. And then I'll set it to kind of like a low strength. And I don't have, I've got a Cintiq sitting right next to me, but I will not use it because instead I'm going to click like this, just like you guys are with your little mouse. But obviously if you've got a stylus, then it's much better because you've got pen pressure. You don't have to do as many clicks. Click, 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 click. But yeah, I'm painting around the middle part and you can see that it's reflected over there. I could also paint across here. I can set my brush strength, and the brush strength, same hotkey as we did with sculpting. It's F to change your size, not strength. Size is F, and then strength is Shift F, which is the exact same hotkeys as sculpting, which is nice. It's a nice thing that Blender does. It tries to use the, whoa, you see that little thing that just popped up there? That was like one of my scripts, my add-ons that I've got enabled, just had a fit right then for some reason. I don't know why. But that's third-party add-ons. You know, you get what you get. Sometimes it'll just have a hizzy fit. But anyways, yeah, one of the good things about Blender is like the hotkeys are generally consistent. Like G for grab and S and scale and rotate. You can even do that. You can do that everywhere. Like for nodes, like, yeah, I didn't even show you, but like, yeah, you could like take these and like scale them with S and rotate them. It's like, why would you need to rotate? But like you can, like all of the hotkeys are the same everywhere in Blender. It's really nice actually that they've done that. Unlike Adobe, looking at you, try and go from like Adobe to Illustrator and it's like, what? Like the pen tools are different and like everything's got a different, it just drove me crazy. Anyways, by the way, if you hit X, that is a hotkey from Photoshop. I know I just bad-mouthed Adobe, but there's a hotkey from Adobe of Photoshop. It's the same here. We'll just swap between two like a foreground and background color. So I want to keep white, but then I want to make this one my donut color. So I'm going to click this, click the eyedropper, click that, and now I could like quickly swap. Like if this part looks too white to me, I can do some brownish painting, and then if this part I want to make it white, I can just hit X and do that. So the reason I'm doing this like sort of staggered thing is this is kind of how it looks. I mean, that looks like solid white. I think that was like a homemade recipe, but this one I've just looked in other photos and it seems to be not a constant color that goes all around it. It's sort of like splotchy. There'll be parts that'll have more and parts that'll have less. Not sure if you can hear, but yeah, there's a crow that's just going ape outside. I like rented my office, my little studio here, and it's just a residential block, and I'm like, I have to make sure there's no like barking dog next door because that'll just like ruin tutorials. And I'm like, all right, dogs are cool. All right, everybody seems cool. Okay, I'm gonna do it. And then I like move in. Didn't realize that like at odd times throughout the day, it's just the trees around here. You just have birds fighting constantly and just barking at each other. So I just have to deal with it. Or more like you have to deal with it. But I don't even know if you can hear it. It's hard to understand what the microphone will pick up. All right, so that's pretty good. All right, not bad. Cool. We got a thing. All right. Now, one thing to note is when you do texture painting on a texture that you have created in Blender, or you've altered or modified in Blender, you can see that on this image thing up here, you've got a little star. And that star means that this image is not actually saved yet. It's actually, it's only visible in your current blend session, right, temporarily. If you were to actually quit right now, which I'll just do something dangerous and say quit, it'll say, do you want to save your changes first of all for your blend file, but also do you want to save your modified images? That's a new feature of Blender, by the way. Never used to have that. No. So it used to be all the time people would paint something in Blender and then they would go, wow, that's loud. They would say, what happened to my texture? Like, why is it not in the thing? It's like, yeah, you didn't save it. So you want to save your texture. So you want to go save or save as, and it will then say, where do you actually want to, where do you want to save it? Okay, so let's save it right here. I'll call this, donut base. Let's do that. And now that little star there, let's save or save as, and it will then say, where do you actually want to, where do you want to save it? Okay, so let's save it right here. I'll call this, donut base. Let's do that. And now that little star there has gone. So that means now that if I was to exit, it doesn't matter because this thing has happened. If I was to do another little paint session here, the star has appeared again because it hasn't saved it. So the hotkey to save just the image texture, it's Alt-S. Do that, and it's now saved over the image. All right, so back at my shader over here. I like the way this looks, but I want to also use parts of my noise texture, which is what I had before, because I want to have that, this look, right? Where I've got that kind of browny, white, yellowy parts where it's all kind of like splotchy across it. Like it's been sitting in a fryer, kind of uneven. I feel like the more like commercial, because I've looked at so many donut references, the more commercial the donut operation, the more uniform and plain your donuts will appear. But if you're like doing homemade donuts or like artisanal donuts, I'm sure that's a thing now. You'll get like more interesting shapes and things. So anyways, take that as you will. All right, so what I want to do is I want to take the output of my noise texture and somehow infuse it with my base colors here. And the way that you do that is, in this case, because it is not a, if you were combining two shaders, which is a whole, shaders, whatever, you would do it with a mix shader and you would get two inputs, which is a green. So you would take the green into the green, blah, blah, blah. What we want to do is combine two yellow, like the color of this tells you what sort of information it's being transported across. I want to take this grayscale and this yellow, which is basically just color information, and I want to combine them. So what I need is another node called a add color mix RGB. So if I take this mix RGB, drop this in right here, and then take the output of my factor input and drop this into the bottom input right here. What this will do now is if I set this factor amount here is showing which one do you want to show. If it's all the way to the left, it's showing just the top input. If it's all the way to the right, it's showing just
like a powder donut, no.
And it's a simple like opacity slider. It's like if it's in Photoshop and there's a layer above it and you're changing the opacity. That's all it is doing. This mix box type, whatever, that is just like Photoshop, it is a blend type. It's a blending mode, which is in invert order for some reason. There we go. Now it's the correct order. And that will take, basically it'll do the exact same thing that it would in Photoshop. So this is an overlay. If I want to take just the dark parts of my bottom input, then multiply is the one that I want. So that way it'll ignore all of the white areas. Shader compilation, the downfall of Eevee. It'll ignore all the white areas and just use the dark values. So now that this bottom input just becomes the dark thing. The one that I actually want though is overlay. Overlay, similar to multiply, but it will also, as well as darkening areas, it will also add it. So if you look at just the add one, then it will do the opposite of the multiply. It will not darken, but it'll ignore the dark areas and only use the white areas. So So overlay does both, kind of. It'll brighten it if it appears brighter than the texture underneath it, and it will darken it if it is darker than the texture.
Is Frontier Airlines good?
So the factor input there is like the strength of it, really. The strength of how much of this bottom input you want to add as an overlay.
It's an airline,
top, basically. So all the way to 1 is way too high. I don't want to go that far, but I want to add some input to it. And in fact, I might change my scale of this to be a little bigger. That looks pretty nice, actually. And my recording just crashed because I ran out of disk space. I should have listened to that notification that popped up. But anyways, it's a matter
Found
of
round trip
just
tickets for
tinkering
$500
until you're happy
for both
with
of us.
the result. It's the joy of
500
3D.
each or
You can just
500
pull up your
total?
reference and, you know, side by side and go, you know, do I want something like that or do I want something like this? And what can I do to try to improve it? But this is a, you know, pretty basic setup, but you can sort of get a feel for now for how nodes work, right? We've got an image texture that's being added with
and
a procedural
both there
one
and back is
combined into a
non-stop.
base color, and then that same procedural one is also driving bump and reading left to right. We can see how our shader is made up of. All these values that don't have anything plugged into them are obviously just values. If I wanted to, I could also make like this roughness. I could take the output of my noise texture and make it apply to my roughness as well. So I would have what looks like, well, we'll see once the shaders compilation finishes. Not much, actually, but there should be some parts that look kind of like smudges. That's kind of a way to make a smudge
August
map, basically.
12th, Thursday
You'll
to
have
Sunday.
parts that will look more diffused, like more
really good.
matte, and then other parts that'll look glossy, and you could like exaggerate it with a color ramp. I'm sort of getting ahead of myself here and just mucking around, but you can see how valuable nodes are and why before nodes, oh, it was tough times back in my day of Blender. There you go. You got what looks like puddles all over your donut now.
The best
just by
it's gonna
making
get.
this noise texture go into the
Where are you
roughness
guys
thing.
going?
You can do a lot with it.
Phoenix.
But that's it. That'll do it for this part. So go ahead, click on the screen here to join me in the next part of our donut series. And I won't announce
Phoenix
it
for a
just in
wedding.
case it changes again. I'll see you there.
So we want to add some sprinkles to our donut, and obviously manually placing them by hand would be absolutely mad. And the previous method, which would be to use particles, which is what I taught from my old donut tutorial series, that's glitchy, it's outdated, and thank goodness we don't have to touch it because there is a new and better, amazing geometry nodes. Which in the name kind of tells you a little bit about what it does. Similar to what we just covered, nodes, similar to material nodes. Geometry nodes lets you combine things, take this value, put it into that value, and then create new things, but for geometry, as in the actual mesh, the objects that are going on in your scene. It's really, really powerful. It's almost hard to overstate just how powerful it is. Because, for example, you could make a building, one building that has controls for the size of the building that changes depending on the number of floors it has, and then you've got like infinite variations. Or you could create a geometry node system for power poles, right? So that they dynamically link together, and then when they get close to a building, it like attaches it there. Or you could make icicles dynamically appear on objects the closer they get together. Not to mention all the crazy stuff that it enables for animation and motion graphics. And that's just getting started. Like, this feature was only introduced very recently, and it's already enabling so much. By the way, speaking of which, brief pause for all of my fellow Blender users who learned geometry nodes when it was first introduced about 8 months ago for 2.92. Most of that's kind of redundant now because they have updated geometry nodes to a new fields-based system, and it's much easier to use. Don't get me wrong, it was the right decision, but it's surprising that it happened so soon after they just first introduced it. So I did a tutorial on it, and now that tutorial is kind of outdated. Shame for me. But anyways, I'm going to show you the new method. It is easier for everyone to use, and it's good that they did it. But anyways, let's get to it. So you want to obviously select the object you want to have the sprinkles scattered on, which is our icing. And to access geometry nodes, you could do it a couple of ways. One would be to split your view and then change this new view to the geometry node editor. But I instead prefer to create a workspace for it. So if you click the, because there's not one here by default,
If you click the little plus icon, then go General, there is one on, which is our icing. And to access geometry nodes, you can do it a couple of ways. One would be to split your view and then change this new view to the geometry node editor. But I instead prefer to create a workspace for it. So if you click the, because there's not one here by default, if you click the little plus icon, then go General, there is one that you can enable called geometry nodes. So click that, and now we've got this extra one at the top there for geometry nodes. I'm going to move this over. Oh, you can't actually move it over. Yeah, how about that? I just assumed that you could. I don't think I've ever tried to do that in Blender. All right, well, it's over on the right-hand side. I know where it is. You can see it's split and arranged our windows. I don't want this one at the top here. This is like a spreadsheet for your vertices and stuff going on in the scene. Bit too advanced, more advanced than what we need it for. So I'm just going to merge it across, which, again, you do by going to the top left-hand corner, click and drag across until it merges. Okay, so there's this big part at the bottom here. This is our geometry nodes editor. You want to click on New. Aha. So when you do this, you will notice that, yes, we've now got a node editor here to play with. But also, in the right-hand side on the modifier stack, you can see that we've got this new modifier here for geometry nodes. So in order to use geometry nodes, it has to be a modifier. And you will only see what is displayed here in your geometry nodes on the selected modifier. So you can see there's a faint outline around this modifier. If I was to click off this and click on the subdivision right there, this has disappeared. Okay, so that's, if you've ever lost the geometry nodes, you're like, what happened? It used to be, just click the modifier. If you click the little pin button, that will ensure that it will always be there. So if you click off it, it doesn't matter. So if you've only got one system, I usually just click the little pin icon and it just makes it easier. Anyways, so similar to our shader, right? It works left to right. But what is interesting in this case is that we've got an input. Okay, we've got the geometry, and then that is being fed over to the right-hand side to the geometry output. Okay. The reason for that is that we've got mesh to start with. We've got all of this mesh info. So it's saying take this geometry data and then put that out over here, and then that is going to be the resulting mesh. So whatever we put in this middle section here is going to result in the output mesh. As a very, very basic example, I'm just going to type in, I can't actually remember. There's so many nodes, it's hard to remember where they are, but I'll just say set position. So I'll put this in here, and then let's offset this by 5 centimeters. Okay, so I have taken my icing, which is still there. The mesh, the original mesh data is what it started with, and then it changed its position, moved it up 5 centimeters, and now it's output it there. Okay, so I mean, I could animate this value. I could make this value be driven by something else. You can see how the possibilities. Maybe it's pretty cool. Right. So that's the example. So we want to scatter something over our mesh. And if you hit Shift A or just go to Add, you'll see a whole string of different things here. And look, learning them one by one, I think that's the wrong way to learn things, in my opinion. I think it's best to follow tutorials, see what it is you're trying to do, and then just pick up the nodes as you go, and you'll eventually have learned so much. It's like you've learned them one by one, but you'll have actually got some context for where it's actually used.
I like that.
So the one that you're looking for in this case is underneath point, distribute points on faces. Okay, so if I select that and I drop this in right here, you, depending on what you've got, because you might actually see like a big point, a big dot appearing. But if you don't, in this case, we've got 0. It is actually creating points on our icing, but the density is so low for the scale of our donut that we're not seeing it. If I increased my density, I would see we've got points. Now, the reason these points are so ginormous is that we're working on a 10 centimeter scale for our donut, and so it's created really, really large points. I would hope at some point in the future, Blender has a display option for how big those points are, but for now it does not. You could change it with an extra node, but look, we don't need to because we're gonna add an object later on. But all this is to say is that it is actually there. Now, one thing you will notice is that our icing has actually disappeared. Okay, if you go into edit mode, it's still there, but in object mode, it is not. And that's because we said geometry input, convert it into points, and then that is going to be the geometry. We don't want that. We want our points and our geometry. So what you need to do is add in a geometry. join geometry node.
Wait a minute, I lost my icing. All right, so Shift A.
And you'll use that one A. Geometry input, convert it into points, and then that is going to be the geometry. We don't want that. We want our points and our geometry. So what you need to do is because we're gonna add an object later on.
So
but all this is to say is that it is actually there. Now it does not. In the future, Blender has a display option for how big those points are, but for now it does not. You could change it with an extra node, but look, we don't need to because we're gonna add an object later on. But all this is to say is
Davos
that it
DLT.
is actually there.
Welcome to my channel.
Now, one thing you will
It's
notice is
supposed
that
to
our
happen.
icing has actually disappeared. Okay, if you go into edit mode, it's still there, but in object mode, it is not. And that's because we said geometry
But I seen
input,
him-
convert
back
it
to edit
into
mode.
points, and then that is going to be the geometry.
Like I'm in edit mode now.
We don't want that. We want our points and our geometry. So what you need to do is add in a geometry join geometry node, and you'll use that one all the time. We're going to take that, put that in there, and then take our output from our original mesh and then put that in there. So now we've got points as well as our original icing underneath it. Okay, so these points, as you can see, they're just blobs, and this is just a viewport representation of what it is. It's just like it's data that Blender is seeing. It's little tiny things that do not exist. If you were to render it, you would not actually see anything. You just see your original donut because it's not using these points anywhere. So what we need to do is we need to well, first of all, we need to have an object for this to replace our points. So let's set our density to 0, just so that we can actually not see those ginormous points blocking our view. And we want to model the object that we want to be placed on our icing there, which is a sprinkle. And there's various types of sprinkles. We're going to go for the most common one, which is based off a what shape? A cylinder. So Shift A, I'm going to add in. This is a new object, so it's not in edit mode or anything like that. New object, cylinder. Now when you do that, again, scale of Blender, thinks we're working at like 10 meters scale or something. We can just turn that all the way down to its like absolute smallest size, to like down here, and it's like almost the right size, but yeah. And then the vertice count, because this is going to be scattered all over our donut. You can see the number of like faces on there. It's quite a lot. That's a very detailed singular sprinkle. We don't need that much. So I'm going to set that to instead 8. All right. So now I've got that. Let's just move this to the side here. Move this up, and I'm just going to increase the scale of the the Z axis, so SZ, just so that I can just roughly get about the size of the sprinkle, and also just to scale it just S without any axes, just so that I can make it a little bit bigger, and that looks pretty good to me. Sorry, the Z axis, so SZ up, and I'm just going to increase the scale of the the Z axis, so SZ, just so that I can just roughly get about the size of the sprinkle, and also just to scale it just S without any axes, just so that I can make it a little bit bigger, and that looks pretty good to me. Okay, so now with my icing here selected, I am going to, between here and here, where it joins in, we're going to create our, we're going to start referencing this new cylinder as our sprinkle. So you'd think, okay, so now with my, move this up, and I'm just going to increase the scale of
hit S then Z, then begin to scale it.
Axis, so SZ, just so that I can just roughly get about the size of the sprinkle, and also just to scale it just S without any axes, just so that I can make it a little bit bigger, and that looks pretty good to me. Okay, so now with my icing here selected, I am going to,
little bit,
between here and here, where it joins in, we're going to create our, we're we're going to start referencing this new cylinder as our sprinkle. So you'd think it would be under points, but it's actually under instances. So instances, this is a word, yeah, it's just under instances. We'll talk about it later. Under instances. And there's two here that I always get them confused.
I messed up.
Instances on points or instances.
I have. Get all these down to point. Yes. This is not what a sprinkle is supposed to look like. Z is up and down. Scale Y. Scale X. That's closer. Scale Z. That's better.
Is 2 points. And the one we're looking for is instance on points. And I always get them confused. It's, I don't know. I think they got to come up with a different name to like delineate properly. Yeah, it's. I always click the wrong one. But we're creating points, and so therefore we want to put an instance. And there's two here that I always get them confused: instances on points or instances to points. And the one we're looking for is instance on points. And I always get them confused. It's. I don't know. I think they got to come up with a different name to like delineate properly. Yeah, it's. I always click the wrong one. But we're creating points, and so therefore we want to put an instance, which is going to be an object that is like referenced fast, like it can like stream it essentially without loading in the data 1,000 times. That's what an instance is. Yeah, so we're putting that instance on our points. Okay, so we've got this node here. And now this instance, whatever we put in this instance is going to be our points, essentially. So if we were to actually select our cylinder up here in our outliner, and if we were to just drag this over to our geometry nodes thing, look what it does. It creates an object info node with our cylinder selected. Another way to access that would be underneath fast, like it can like stream it essentially without loading in the data 1,000 times. That's what an instance is. Yeah, so we're putting that instance on our points. Okay, so we've got this node here, and now this instance, whatever we put in this instance is going to be our points, essentially. So if we were to actually select our cylinder up here in our outliner, and if we were to just drag this over to our geometry nodes thing, look what it does. It creates an object info node with our cylinder selected. Another way to access that would be underneath input object info right there if you happen to lose it. But that's a really short and easy way to just click, drag it across, and now we've got it selected there. And if I take the geometry from that and then put that into the instance of that, we won't see anything because our density is set to nothing, basically. Now you can see something's happening. We've got cylinders, little tiny cylinders appearing on our icing. Now, these cylinders are looking really short and stubby. What's going on? This comes back to that problem that if you watched the whole series from the start, you'll know that when you scale and do things, and when I was scaling this, what it did was it changed the scale of this object here. And that's kind of, it's not been applied to the object data yet, essentially. So what you need to do first is hit Control A and then apply scale. And now it's actually referencing the object correctly. Okay. So far so good. It is rotating it though the wrong way because it's rotating it upwards because that's how this cylinder looks. So I'm going to rotate this on the x-axis. So RX, and then you can see in the top left-hand corner, that'll actually give you
Where's my apply to scale? Unless he just where did he?
A and then apply scale.
What's good, G?
What up, G?
And now it's
How you
actually
feeling?
referencing the object correctly. Okay. So far so good. It is rotating it though the wrong way because it's rotating it, upwards because that's how this cylinder looks. So I'm going to rotate this on the x-axis. So RX, and then you can see in the top left-hand corner that'll actually give you the rotation amount. And I want to go for exactly minus 90 degrees. And you could actually type it in by hitting minus 90.
We making
and then you'll get
donuts
that.
again?
Or another way,
Make mine
is to just
chocolate
hold
and
down
I'm
control,
feeling good. How are you, G?
and then it will snap it to the nearest 5-degree increments. So that's a way that you can rotate something to an exact axis or an exact
that's
amount,
not it.
basically. So
Wait. How did he rotate it?
okay. So far so good. It is rotating it though the wrong way because it's rotating it upwards
R
because
then
that's
X.
how this cylinder looks. So I'm going to rotate this on the x-axis. So
I thought he said-
RX, and then you can see in the top left-hand corner that'll actually give you the rotation amount. And I want to go for exactly minus 90 degrees. And you could actually type it in by hitting minus 90, and then you'll get that. Or another way is to just hold down control, and then it will snap it to the nearest 5-degree increments. So that's a way that you can rotate something to an exact axis or an exact amount, basically.
That does make sense.
So now I've done that, nothing has changed because
R for
again,
rotate.
we've now changed the rotation
Yeah.
here, but it hasn't really applied to the object. So I need to apply it, Control A, rotation. Haha. Okay, so now something's happening. I'm going to increase the density here so that we can see more of our sprinkles, okay? Things are getting better, but you can see now we've got another problem where it's like it looks okay at the top, but down here it's now jutting into it like that. So that's because what we
where the
needed
rest
to
of my
do is to
sprinkles at?
follow the rotation of these faces down here, not use this blanket value across the whole thing, but follow the rotation of the faces.
I got a couple
So,
of them.
And this is where, a lot of people find geometry
his
nodes is very
density is-
complicated and complex, and it does kind of change your workflow from being like a canvas tool, like an artist, to kind of thinking more mathematically. But what we've got here is distributing points. So we're creating points, and each of those points could have a rotation based on the face, right? So each of these individual points before them, with their little like blotchy shapes, they have a rotation applied to them. So if we took that rotation from the face and put that into here, which is our instances, now it's actually matching the rotation of the face. So it's kind of wrapping around it, which is really cool. It's what we want. So let's increase our density here. And you have to use really high values here because we're working at such a small scale. So this density value, if you were making a,
Bro, how
let's say
you
like
get up
a
so high
grass or something
that
across
fast?
here, right? Like working at like 2 meters, right? Let's say, or like a human scale, right? You would need to use far, far less, maybe 50 if you want like 50 scattered rocks across here. It's essentially, what is it? It's density per meter. And because we're working at like 10 centimeters, a tenth of that, is like we have to really crank this up to get, if we want 90 sprinkles on our donut or something, I guess we have to go 9,000, something like that. Anyways, we just have to use really, really large amounts. All right, now, once you get to, let's go 50,000. I'll show you how to make this easy. I'm just doing it progressively so you can understand things. But yeah, let's go 50,000. You can see that, it's cool. But now our rotation looks silly because it's following it like it's made of straw. It's like all combed into it. Whereas really we want each of these points to individually rotate, still apply to the face so they're not like jutting out crazy, but rotate around it. So between here and here, this rotation value we need to tweak. So again, you're not to know, or you'd never guess what node to use. It's one of those things you can only learn from tutorials. But the node that we're looking for, Shift A, is underneath Utilities, and we're looking for Rotate Euler. Is that how you pronounce that word? Euler?
Euler.
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 Come on, no way.
Euler.
Wow.
Euler.
Euler?
Euler.
Leonard Euler.
Leonard Euler.
Right, that is wow. That's why.
Leonard Euler.
Swiss. Basil Swiss. All right, cool, man. Euler is how we're supposed to pronounce your name, but you're dead, so Euler is.
Wow.
I'm going with Euler. It makes more sense to me. It's got an E and a U and an L and an ER. Euler. No, Euler.
Bro, he's funny
Euler.
for that.
All right. So we drop this in here, making sure it's in the rotation. And now we can tweak it. So if we hit rotate by, and we just rotate on one of these values here, you can see that we're rotating it on that specific axis. And look, we're getting some weird looking effects. Okay. The axis that we want to use is the Z axis, because we're looking top down. So hit the little Z thing up there. We want to rotate along this axis. Okay. So if we just increase this, you would see that we're rotating it, but it's not actually on the right axis. Like something weird's going on. And that's because by default, base orientation is object, which I guess is the orientation of this object, but we want it to be local. And now it is local, I believe, to this sprinkle.
Cool.
That's my understanding of it. Whatever, could be wrong, but that's fine. Cool, so that's good. Now, you can see that we're rotating it, but they're all getting the exact same value. So we want to add basically randomness to this single value there. And the node for that, let me just move this up here so we're a little cleaner and easier to understand, is...
I feel like I used this before, but I'm not too sure.
It is random value. This is one you will use all the time because it is very, very common when making something. You want to have random values for each new iteration or point or whatever. So this will generate a random value, and there's a number of ways to do it. The default is float, which means just basically a single number, and it'll give you something between 0 and 1, okay? Now, if I was to take this and put this into here, you can see that it is working. It's rotating each of those points on its own individual axes. But yeah, it's on all axes. So all the axes are getting a random value between 0 and 30. And it's not what we want. It's a little bit mashed up. So what we want to do is change it from float to vector. So vector, and this is where some people go like, geometry nodes, it's too complex. I get it. Like vector, right? What is a vector? So basically it's 3 axes.
I'm good with most things, but when it comes to nodes, I'm pretty clueless.
Your Y and your Z. So it's just like this, 0 to 30, but we've got it for each individual axis, which is exactly what we want. So if we were to put this into here, rotate by.
Did he just?
Now it's generating on 0 to 1, but we can say not the X.
I think during some college classes I took during high school, but I'm trying to think if it was this or not.
Each point is getting their own individual rotation. It's adhering to the direction of the icing, but it's not fully rotated, right? Something's going on. That's because this value here. We need to increase this, and you'd think like 360, right? Because 360 degrees. And I was actually confused by this because it looks like, it's already rotating like way more than 360 degrees. This is actually a radian. Like this is degree because it's got the little degree thing there. This is a radian value, which is I guess like a single. It's like actually I spoke to Arendelle, who is a guy who really knows his geometry nodes. Paid for some of his time to just ask him a load of questions. But basically a radian, it's like pi. In fact, if you type in pi, you'll get the value 3.142. That'll give you 180 degrees because it's like half the circle.
3.142.
This is where I blanked out in math in class. I just all right, what do I need to do to pass the test? but he evidently knows what he's talking about. It's double pi because it needs to be more than 180. It needs to be 360. So it's double pi. I discovered.
I had no classes like this in high school.
TAU. If you type that in, it's double pi. And that's all the value you need. Basically, you don't have to remember to type in tau for the thing. It just, anything more than 6 will give you the correct thing because it just has to be more than 360. So that was all to explain that, basically why, oh gosh, how many times am I going to try? Yeah, I mean, that's all you need to know. Okay, so we got a random value. Good. It's working. Things are working. Great. Cool.
Cool.
All right, the next thing to solve is how do we stop the sprinkles from appearing in places where they should not, sprinkles. Right? We don't want it on these globbity bits, and we also don't want it underneath the icing, which is what's happening. It's putting it on both axes. So what we need to do is do something called a weight paint. Okay, so if we select our icing and then hit Control Tab, that brings up a pie menu here for the different modes. So we've already used edit mode, we've already used sculpt mode before, but there's one here, weight paint. Oh, I actually did it because I was practicing for this tutorial. I've already done it. When you do weight paint, it will automatically add in a vertex group to it. So a vertex group it's basically like a value of between 0 and 1 for each individual point on your mesh. And
I don't have one.
Basically paint it in. Now it's covered in sprinkles right now, so I'm going to go to my modify stack, and as we learned before, this little button here will disable a modifier from your viewport only, and this one would disable it from your render, but yeah, just viewport, turn it off. Okay, so if I was to now just paint on here, whoops, by default it would be this. Hey, why are you back again? It's painting what looks like a heat map, okay? So the way this works in weight paint, dark blue is a value of 0, red is a value of 1, and then these other values are obviously leading up from there, like light blue, then green, then yellow, and then red to be all the way to 1, okay? So we want to paint, essentially, where do we want our sprinkles to go? Okay, so I'm going to change the size. I'll change my weight paint, so that's Control F. Same hotkeys as before for texture paint and sculpting. F to change the size of your brush, and then Control F to change the weight in this case. All right, so I don't want it on those inner parts. I definitely don't want it down here like that. So just where it could logically actually appear.
Wait, how do you undo it?
The other thing I'll do, because this is where you sort of get a little bit artistic, but yeah, you don't want to have like constant values anywhere. So I'm just going to use like single clicks to just say like no sprinkles here or less sprinkles, right? So I'm giving a lower strength value. And then I'll just do a few little, it just makes it, yeah, it just makes what you're creating look more interesting when you've got something that is a little bit more unpredictable than what you would get normally. Okay, so once I finish weight painting, hit Control Tab again, and then go back to object mode. You could also enable a they should not, right? We don't want it on these globbity bits, and we also don't want it underneath the icing, which is what's happening. It's putting it on both axes. So what we would need to do is do something called a weight paint. Okay,
Clay
so if we
Thompson
select our
ejected.
icing and then hit Control Tab, that brings up a pie menu here for the different modes. So we've already used edit mode, we've already used sculpt mode before, but there's one here, weight paint. Oh, I actually did it because I was practicing for this tutorial. I've already done it. When you do weight paint, it will automatically add in a vertex group to it. So a vertex group it's basically like a value of between 0 and 1 for each individual point on your mesh, and you basically paint it in. Now it's covered in sprinkles right now, so I'm going to go to my modify stack, and as we learned before, this little button here will disable a modifier from your viewport only, and this one would disable it from your render, but yeah, just viewport, turn it off. Okay, so if I was to now just paint on here, whoops, by default it would be this. Hey, why are you back again? It's painting what looks like a heat map, okay? So the way this works in weight paint, dark blue is a value of 0, red is a value of 1, and then these other values are obviously leading up from there, like light blue, then green, then yellow, and then red to be all the way to 1, okay? So we want to paint, essentially, where do we want our sprinkles to go? Okay, so I'm going to change the size.
You good man, you to quiet.
So that's Control F. Same hotkeys as before.
Yeah, I'm good.
For texture paint and sculpting. F to change the size of your brush, and then Control F to change the weight in this case. All right, so I don't want it on those inner parts. I definitely don't want it down here, like that. So just where it could logically actually appear.
Well, how did he undo it?
And the other thing I'll do, because this is where you sort of get a little bit artistic.
He just focused LOL.
Yeah, you don't want to have like constant values anywhere. So I'm just going to use like single clicks to just say like no sprinkles here or less sprinkles, right? So I'm giving a lower strength value. And then I'll just do a few little, it just makes it,
I am too.
just makes
I'm really
what you're
fascinated
creating
by
look more
learning
interesting
LOL.
when you've got something that is a little bit more unpredictable than what you would get normally. Okay, so once I finish weight painting, hit Control Tab again, and then go back to object mode. You could also just do it up here, by the way. Okay, let's turn on our geometry nodes. So how do I get that reflected on my mesh? How do I use that vertex group, which by the way, we might as well rename it, sprinkles density. How do I use that in my density right here? Now, I was asking Arundel about this. I imagine at some point there would be a node that you could reference the weight paint group. At the moment, this is the only way to do it. We drag this value into this blank input down here of our group input. Okay. Now, what this does, this is actually a really handy thing, not just for this, but for anything. This is exposing a value. When we take something from here and we put it into one of these
just
blank
trying
things,
to understand how to apply the different colors and still don't know how to make it return to blue if I wanted to.
So now I've got access to that density value over here, so that
the blue in the weighted paint. So this blue here.
Whoops.
Actually, I didn't catch how
by
he
default
did it
it would
either.
be this. Hey, why are you back again?
So he made everything.
It's painting what looks like a heat map, okay? So the way this works in weight paint, dark blue is a value of 0, red is a value of 1, and then these other values are obviously leading up from there, like light blue, then green, then yellow, and then red to be all the way to 1, okay? So we want to paint, essentially, where do we want our sprinkles to go?
So he did the whole thing.
Okay, so I'm going to change the size. I'll change my weight paint, so that's Control F. Same hotkeys as before for texture paint and...
Oh, he changed it to 0. He just changed it to 0 and made it back blue, if that's what you're talking about.
Sculpting, F to change the size of your brush, and then Control F to change the weight in this case. All right, so I don't want it on those inner parts. I definitely don't want it down here.
Weight is 0,
like
blue
that.
is 0.
So just where it could
1 is
logically actually appear. And then the other thing I'll do, because this is where you sort of get a little bit artistic, but yeah, you don't want to have like constant values anywhere. So I'm just going to use like single
makes
clicks
sense now.
to just say like no sprinkles here or less.
Yeah, I didn't catch that at first.
Right? So I'm giving a lower strength value. And then I'll just do a few little, it just makes it, it just makes what you're creating look more interesting when you've got something that is a little bit more unpredictable than
is mine unpredictable
normally. Okay, so once I finish weight painting, hit Control Tab again and then go back to object mode. You could also just do it up here, by the way. Okay, let's turn on our geometry nodes. So how do I get that reflected on my mesh? How do I use that vertex group, which by the way, we might as well rename it, sprinkles density. How do I use that in my density right here? Now, I was asking Arundel about this. I imagine at some point there would be a node that you could reference the weight paint group. At the moment, this is the only way to do it. We drag this value into this blank input down here of our group input. Okay. Now, what this does, this is actually a really handy thing, not just for this, but for anything. This is exposing a value. When we take something from here and we put it into one of these blank things, what it's also doing is it's putting that value over here in your modifier stack. So now I've got access to that density value over here, so that I don't have to jump to my geometry nodes. If I want to change the density of my sprinkles later on, I can just play with it right here without having to open up the full thing, right? Really handy. Next to it is a box, and this is the box that is important. It is the weight paint box, or the vertex group, or is it, maybe it's just any attribute. Anyways, you'll see that if I click that little thing, it changes from a number to basically a text field, and then you can reference different attributes of the object. The one that we're looking for, of course, is the one that we have called sprinkles density. All right, now when I did that, what exactly happened? Nothing.
Everything went away.
And that is because it has assigned a value of 0 to 1. Okay, whereas previously, before, we were using values of 50,000. So I would need to convert my 0 to 1 to a 50,000 thing, which I could do with a math node, Okay, so that was utility, math. Set this to multiply.
Math.
And then put this in here. And then if I added in 50,000, now I would get that only appearing where it needs to be. Ta-da! Isn't that great? So, and then if I wanted to, I could also take this value and plug this in over here. And then now this controls my density, right? It's like, it's my exposed density of this thing. Oh, and it's also, yeah, I guess it's got a maximum. I mean, this is the other thing, like we're going to change this in a second because there's another problem that we've now got. Okay, so it looks cool, but how do we stop the clipping? Clipping. Each of these sprinkles is intersecting with other sprinkles. How on earth can we fix it? Well, we couldn't previously with particle nodes. We were just out of luck. We would have to...
Wait. What was it? It was shift tab. No, not shift tab. Control tab. Way to paint. Add a little bit more sprinkles on here. Okay.
Add all the sprinkles LOL JK.
All right, that looked better.
Just play with this seed value. The seed value, by the way, if you're not aware, it's like it's just a single value that it's infinite variations. So if you don't like the orientation, the distribution, you could just hit this until you find something that you like. And that was my advice for the previous particle nodes. And it will still be my advice, but there is something that will help us right here. This is the first instance where we've got an advantage over particles. It's not just random distribution, but something called Poisson disk distribution. Poisson. There's no W in it, but I was told that that's how you say it.
Shit.
I guess it's French. When we use this, okay, first of all, we've lost something, okay?
French.
We've got some new, so let's just talk about this a little bit. Okay, so
I think so.
We've got, by default, it'll be set to 0, and the density max is probably set to, I think, 10. That's probably what yours is. But if we set this to 50,000, that is now identical to the random distribution, okay? So random, Poisson disk, density max is the exact same thing as your density value. What Poisson disk gives us as an addition is something called distance min. And the way this works is each of these points, right? Say that's a point right there. It's going to create a radius around it. So if I was to just increase this to something really small, because this is meters, so we're working on like 10 centimeter scale, it's going to create a radius around it. And then if there's a point inside that radius that's near this one, it's going to cancel that point. So it's going to delete that point. And then of course, obviously, if I increase the size of my radius, it's now going to find more points and it's going to delete that point as well. So what I want to do is just keep increasing this until, I'm using annotations, I turn that off. Until it starts to look plausible. Now the thing is it's still not perfect because it doesn't know the rotation of these points. It doesn't know what this object size is. All it knows is that there is a point there and it's creating things and it's, canceling out that point. But sprinkles, obviously, if two of them are like side by side, it shouldn't be canceled out, right? Because they're not intersecting, okay? But it doesn't know the rotation of it. So really, the only way to fix this would be for Blender to have something called circle packing or some sort of packing algorithm so it could read what the size of the objects are and then try to arrange them so that they're not intersecting. Currently, the two options we have with this method is to increase it to a really high amount so that
All right. It did nothing.
Even the 2 points couldn't touch each other end to end like that. But then it doesn't look realistic because the spacing is too big. So what I suggest is use something that is a little plausible. Like you've still got them pretty close together, and you'll get rid of most of the clipping this way. But then the seed value, you want to change that until you got something that it's like there's not as much clipping. So my advice is still pretty similar to before, but at least it's better because we've got the radius. So it'll detect most of the clips and it'll get rid of it. But you know, you want to find something that will not have as much intersection. But don't bother with that now because it's going to change as we do more things.
Okay,
all right, so
this one in here too.
What I want to do now is I want to, because I haven't, you can see we've still got we're not using the weight paint group anymore. So when you're using, if you're just using random, you would use this, the weight paint group, which as you might remember is this. So it's using our I hope this isn't too confusing. Sprinkles density vertex group. So if we wanted to use it in random mode, we would use that. But in Poisson disk, we want to instead put it into density factor, which is conveniently a value between 0 and 1. So we don't even need to do any multiplication or anything. It's now, this is our density, this is our weight paint group. So in fact, if we want to tidy this up, we could say weight paint, okay? And then this one, we will say sprinkle density. Okay, and then sprinkle density is going to be driving our density max. So actually I actually like poison disc more because you get random, it just like puts it all into one thing and you have to do a bunch of nodes to mix it up. But Poisson disc will give you these extra things. So it's a lot nicer. Cool, let's clean this up a little bit better actually. Sprinkle density. Now here's something else. All
right, so you just, how did he rename that?
We've got the cool, give it all into one thing. I actually like poison disc more. Density is going to be driving our density. Okay, tidy this up. Density, this is our weight paint group. So in fact, if we want to tidy this up, we could say weight paint.
Is it in?
Okay, and then this one, we will say sprinkle density.
See, I don't see why that's happening because it's blue. There must be something else, but I still hate when I think I did something right, but then it doesn't give me my desired result.
Yeah, so I think what he said is that because we went around the way to paint with this, I think. With this one. We went to Poisson. So this follows the way to paint where I put blue here and blue around the edges like this. But when I went to Poisson, it does its own thing. I think he actually just got rid of this. And I think the random paint, or the way the paint goes along with our random. How did he rename this? Oh. This was, wait. Maybe not, because this is weird now. All right, so we have sprinkle density into mesh, or geometry into mesh, weight paint into density factor, sprinkle density into density max.
To be driving our density max. So actually I actually like poison disc more because you get random, it just like puts it all into one thing and you have to do a bunch of nodes to mix it up. But Poisson disc will give you these extra things. So it's a lot nicer. Cool, let's clean this up a little bit better actually. Sprinkle density. Now here's something else. We've got this density factor. Now, you know, around 50,000 is what we want, but that's like, I want to be able to just click and drag, and it's really annoying to do it at such really high values. So what I like to do instead is add in a math node, put this in here. So it's for our sprinkle. Nope. Yes. Sprinkle density. And I'm going to hit a multiply, just like we did before, but for 10,000. Oh no. I was supposed to, oh, okay. It didn't crash it. All right. But it multiplied this value, which is 50,000 roughly, by another 10,000, which is not good. I was supposed to first set this to 50 so that it wouldn't do an insanely high calculation. The reason it wasn't bananas over here was that density min was deleting most of them. So, by the way, it doesn't actually delete it, it just hides it. So you don't want to use, basically you want to set this to 0, get your density max amount, like here. You want to get this to something that is like reasonable, and then you use your distance min thing to get rid of the rest. So don't go like a crazy high amount, because you won't. It'll just slow down Blender. All right, so we are at around 30 minutes. In the next part, we're going to improve this even more by creating random variations to our cylinders, making them look more realistic, and then assigning random colors to each of our individual sprinkles as well. So that'll be kind of like a part 2 of this sprinkles bit. Yeah. So go ahead, click the video on the middle of your screen right now, and I'll see you in the next part. So our donut.
Somewhere it ended up getting attached back to the way to paint because I don't have. That's interesting. Also, this is starting to get. Okay, this goes. This one doesn't matter for now.
Can you speak Spanish?
No. I know how to say a couple things. And that's it.
Nut is referencing.
Tienes los ojos más bonitos del mundo. That's it.
A single sprinkle. It's doing a good job. We set it all up correctly. We've got
hey, yo, what happened to my sprinkles?
Here if I want to change the density of things later on. Did a good job there. But now we're going to make it look even better. So basically, no two sprinkles are the same. You could see that not just the colors are different, but also the shapes of them, right? Because I believe it's actually like
me and Alyssa still gotta teach you some Spanish.
Like
damn,
hard,
now your donut is naked.
Sorry, like a liquid thing, and then once it's hard, then they like chop it with a knife. So some of them come out like all squiggly, some of them come out straight, but they all look a little bit different. So yeah, let's do that. First of all, though, let's make this look not so sharp because they end up being like rounded on the edges, right? They kind of look like, I mean, not quite a tic tac, but it's rounded on the edge there. So to do that, I want to use a subsurf modifier, which you may remember we've used a lot, really. So for that, you could go in here and add it as a modifier, but the hotkey, if you want to know that, it's Control 1. That'll add in a subsurf of level 1. Control 2 would do level 2, 3, 4, etc. So I'm just going to go Control 1. Whoops. 1. Okay. And also make sure render is just set to 1 because we definitely don't need that much detail for our final render. All right, now it's doing this weird pinching thing, but that makes sense for our mesh because you may remember when we talked about subsurf, it's like the way it works is it takes, 3 vertices like that, in which case this is a right angle, and then it is blending the two across it like that. So of course it's going to look very pinched going that way. So what we need to do is add in more detail here. So I'm going to add in a loop cut. Okay, so I don't think we talked about this, but a loop cut is, it's basically what this is right here. I want to make one happen here. And to do that, I'm going to hit Control R. In fact, let me just turn on my tool so it's actually handy. Control R, there we go. And you'll get this little yellow line that'll appear. So that'll ask you like which part of the mesh do you want to put it on. So I want to put it here, click. And then I want to drag this over to the left-hand side and then do another click. And then I'm going to hit Control R again, click, and then drag this over for the other end. And now that looks a lot better. And if I went and hit shade smooth, you should see that our sprinkles look a lot nicer now. If you really want, like, you can kind of see, I mean, can you see it? But it looks a little messy in the end there. I mean, if you were really like a narc for like making things look really nice, you would add like an inset here to just clean up that end a little bit better. But look, I mean, that's gonna, it's gonna slow down your render, and you've got it for every sprinkle, and it's like, yeah, who cares? So we're just gonna go with that. Okay, cool. So let's add some variants of this. Okay, so we've got single sprinkle. In fact, might as well just rename this over here, sprinkle. And then I'm gonna duplicate it with Shift D, and then I'm gonna put it right next to it, just on its X axis, like that. Doesn't matter where you put it, by the way, it's just, I'm trying to keep it neat. And then looking at reference, you can see that, wow, you got some really long ones.
What the fuck I just do?
Let's do that. Let's make,
Oh no. Oh no, what happened to my donut? What happened to my...
Did you just? I hope you had autosave.
I hope I did too.
I ain't going to ask. Oh, thank God it's there.
I lost everything. I lost everything. I just did the stream. I lost everything. I just did the stream. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh.
I got worried.
You got worried. You got worried. How long we been live? Bro, that
the power of autosave.
Man.
Yes, because I would have felt bad.
You have no idea. Do I save it as this? Yeah. All right, I just made a full save. Shift D.
Golden State finna get beat.
What's the score? Oh yeah, it's over.
I'm pretty sure you're like hella lucky though, because I am not sure if autosave was always a feature in Blender or not.
Bro.
Suns 121. Warriors 101.
Yeah, I just asked Alexa. Yeah, it's over for them. Yeah, that is crazy though. Damn.
Damn.
I'm gonna just leave it there.
Okay, so I'm going to go into wireframe mode so that I can see through it, and then vertex mode, vertex select mode, which you can also do by hitting number 1 on your keyboard, or 2 for the edges, and then 3 for the faces. So 1, 2, or 3. All right, and then I'm going to click over this to box select, and I'm just going to drag this out. And this is going to be a long one. But long ones...
I gotta take this off.
Klay Thompson first time ever been ejected in his NBA career.
Damn, what'd he do?
When they're long, they kind of get squiggly, I would imagine. Maybe. So I'm going to add in one loop cut here, Control R, click, and then I'll just right click, and then I'll just make this bow out a little bit that way.
Why was Klay ejected?
And then this one, I'll do this here as well. So it's just, I don't know, it's not perfectly straight, right? And then I'll do this one again, and let's make this one short and fat.
Which one is my new one?
Short like that. And by the way, that little point in the middle there, we haven't talked about this before, but every object has an origin point, which is kind of, I guess the way to think of it, like that's where it rotates from. That's where, like the center of it. It's kind of like the center of the mass. So that's
I
actually
like this
where
live cause we just vibing and you're making your donut. It's dope. Plus you're also learning too, so that's a bonus.
Here, but on like the end, so like the sprinkles are kind of perched on top of the surface, I would put it up like that. But I don't. I want them to be half submerged because I think that's how it usually works. When it falls in the icing, it becomes half submerged, so it's fine. But I do want it to be sort of in the center.
I do enjoy this.
Move that across. Okay. All right, so that's a short, fat one. And now let's make some squiggly ones. So you can see over here.
He made a girthy one. Wait a minute. Go back to your long one, though.
A long one. But long ones, when they're long, they kind of get squiggly, I would imagine. Maybe. So I'm going to add in one loop cut here. Control R, click. And then I'll just right click. And then I'll just make this bow out a little bit that way. And then this one, I'll do this here as well. So it's just, I don't know, it's not perfectly straight, right? And then I'll do this one again, and let's make this one short and fat. Short like that. And by the way, that little point in the middle there, we haven't talked about this before, but every object has an origin point, which is kind of, I guess the way to think of it, like that's where it rotates from, that's where, like the center of it. It's kind of like the center of the mass. So that's actually where it will place it on it. So if I actually wanted it to be rested, not...
I think I got too many...
So I'm going to add in one loop cut here, Control R, click, and then I'll just right click, and then I'll just make this bow out a little bit that way. And then this one, I'll do this here as well. So it's just, I don't know.
Oh, he went...
Klay had a few words to say about another player from Suns, then he went to their bench, got in the ref's face. Damn.
Yeah, that's crazy. I got too many
Klay don't play. Face with tears of joy.
I got too many vertexes here. Oh, I just do it on this side. Wait. He made that look way too
select,
easy.
and I'm just going to drag this out. And this is going to be a long one. But long ones, when they're long, they kind of drag this out. 1, 2, or 3 on your keyboard, or 2 for the act mode. Frame modes. Okay, so let's do that. Let's make. Okay, so
what I'm gonna do is I'm actually just going.
It be like that though. Sun's defense was better than Golden State defense tonight.
Shift D, put another one. Damn, where is it? Why is it? Oh. No, I can do it.
I'd suggest when you're duplicating objects not to drag it because it can really just go anywhere.
Yeah, it really did just go anywhere. Now, which way I need to get it closer to mine? Okay, we're getting closer. We get it here.
Final score: Suns 134, Warriors 105.
Was that not? Grab X. Oh well, that's close enough. That's close enough. Okay.
I'm going to go into wireframe mode so that I can see through it, and then vertex mode, vertex select mode, which you can also do by hitting number 1 on your keyboard, or 2
I
for
swear
the
there
edges,
was some
and then 3
feature
for
where
the
you
faces.
could copy
So
a
1,
position
2,
of an
3.
object and apply it to
And then
another.
I'm going to click over this to box select, and I'm just going to drag this out. And this is going to be a long one. But long ones, when they're long, they kind of get squiggly, I would imagine. Maybe. So I'm going to add in one loop cut here, Control R, click, and then I'll just right click.
Devin
and then I'll
Booker
just make
turns 26 this Sunday.
bow out a little bit that way, and then this one I'll do this here as well. So it's just, I don't know, it's not perfectly straight, right? And then I'll do this one again.
Oh wait, I just sound dumb. Just copy the position values and put it on the other object.
What is that? Same X. .015. Change that to a 0.2.
Clay vs Booker had some nasty words. Clay started it, so he got ejected.
right, so then we change this to 0.6 or 0.7. And change this to a 0.15. 0.015. Close enough. That's
Good night from Phoenix.
you in Phoenix? I thought you live in Louisiana. Oh, you talking about Devin Booker? Yeah. Okay, so no. So he did a box select.
And then vertex mode, vertex select mode, which you can also do by hitting number 1 on your keyboard, or 2 for the edges, and then 3 for the faces.
Vertex
so 1,
select.
2, or 3.
I'm in
All right.
Louisiana.
And then
The game was in Phoenix
box
tonight.
Select, and I'm just going to drag this out. And this is going to be a long one. But long ones, when they're long.
Okay, so you did this. Then
Okay, so I'm going to go in select mode, which you can also do by hitting number 1 on your keyboard, or 2 for the edges, and then 3 for the faces. So 1, 2, or 3. All right, and then I'm going to click over this to box select, and I'm just going to drag this out. And this is going to be a long one.
yeah, you just did a
But
G.
long ones, when they're long, they kind of get squiggly, I would imagine. Maybe. So I'm going to add in one loop cut here, Control R, click, and then I'll just right click, and then I'll just make this bow out a little bit that way, and then this one I'll do this here as well. So it's just, I don't know, it's not perfectly straight, right? And then I'll do this one again, and let's make this one short and fat. Short like that. And by the way, that little point in the middle there, we haven't talked about this before.
Get him out of here.
Welcome
every
to my
object
channel.
has an origin point, which is
Adult
kind of,
Dangsy Red
I guess the way
Heart.
to think of it, like that's where it rotates from.
Have you ever been
that's
ejected
where,
when you play ball?
like the center of it. It's kind of like the center
Backhand
of the
index
mass.
pointing left S
So
adult
that's actually
Dangsy
where
male
we'll,
sign.
we'll place it on it.
S
So if I
adult
actually wanted
Dangsy.
it to be rested not in the middle of it across here, but on like the end, so like the sprinkles are kind of perched on top of the surface, I would put it up like that. But I don't. I want them to be half submerged because I think that's how it usually works when it falls in the
what
icing.
is
It becomes
that?
half submerged, so it's fine. But I do want it to be sort of in the center.
Bro, my sprinkle has.
I did it multiple times. Like I was saying, just don't grab.
But then, how does he make it longer?
Hit G, then choose an axis you want to go on.
G, X. Not X. G, Y. My sprinkle isn't on the axis. How do I snap it to the axis? There's a way to do it. Uh, 0.5.
Suns took over the three-quarter, getting to the free throw line. Warriors barely got there. I think you want to apply your transforms.
Did not apply? That. Not that one. We just gonna have to do it from here. Why is spread? What'd I do? Okay. So we go into edit mode. We go into wire mode. We select half. This is the X axis. Do you want to be global? I think that's it.
Oh, maybe.
Here, the top down view. Give me a circle cut. Give me a circle. No. Circle cut. Grab it. Wait, grab it. Okay, that's it. Circle cut. And just make it work. We're just gonna make it work. How come I couldn't grab that one? Okay, you know what? Actually, object mode, delete this one. Go back to my sprinkle. Select it. Go back here. Okay, so Shift D, duplicate it. It's over here.
A quicker.
View here. Okay. where we go to edit mode, pull here, global.
A quicker way to go to an object is hitting period. But Golden State Warriors supposed to be defending champions, y'all won the NBA Finals, act like it, play like it.
So I'm using the 60% keyboard, so I don't have the numpad 0 on this keyboard. So I gotta do the tilde thingy. Grab. Grab Y. Wait. Object mode, select, apply all transforms. Edit mode, select here. Grab X, not X. Grab Y. Actually, can I find my... I kind of want to see if
it kinda looks rotated to me.
it is. Like, how does that make sense? I'm on the Z axis unless I didn't grab every... No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, I'm not in wire mode. All right, so we go back to Z. But then that still doesn't make sense. Because if I grab and go X, we go left, right. If I grab Y, why does it go? I don't get that.
You think maybe it's treating the object like it's upright?
Oh. because it does go this way when it's oh. Oh, what if I went back to layout to do it? So now looking at it this way, that's definitely not. Can I rotate? This is rotation. I don't get why just moving it left or right brings it so far in front. Okay, so this one we want to edit mode, wire mode. And gee, what?
Enter half submerged because I the surface here, but on like enter. I guess I waited this before, and then I'll do this one again, and let's make this one short and fat, short like that. And by the way, that little point in the middle there, we haven't talked about this before, but
I don't know how it worked that time, but it worked that time. Bro, it looked so good when it was just straight up. Bro, it looked so good. And then I thought I was doing something. I wasn't doing nothing. Wait, no. If I look at it straight ahead from the X.
No, it's almost 12. Don't go loudly crying face. It's almost 1 a.m. here.
Almost 1 a.m. there. So you're on the East Coast? Eastern Standard? Central?
Yep.
Gee, if I can, I will go to sleep happy if I could figure out how to get the. I don't even know how I just made this one stretch. I made that one stretch. I lost the other one. There it is. I didn't even make it stretch that far. You know what? Grabbed it. Like this one. Added it. Grab it. And what? Okay. Maybe I just do a
So are you Central?
yeah. All right, so we're on the.
See, it's kinda crazy when I hear another state doesn't know what a Zaxby's or a QT is.
So I've heard of Zaxby's, but I haven't heard of QT's.
I love Zaxby's.
Hey, that worked. That worked better. Y'all cool with that? I'm cool with it.
Bro, it's for real my favorite fast food place, no cap.
Damn. I never been there.
Every
but
object has an origin.
I never been there, but oh fuck, I moved my origin outside the thing. Fuck.
I'm cool
point,
with
which
it.
Is kind of
Damn. All we got is Five Guys and Culver's. But they up there though. So I can't complain. But we gotta figure out.
I guess the way to think of it, like that's where it rotates from. That's where, like the center of it. It's kind of like the center of the mass. So that's actually where it will place it on it. So if I actually wanted it to be rested, not in the middle of it across here, but on like the end, so like the sprinkles are kind of perched on top of the surface.
Probably.
I would put it.
Am
up
I
like
the
that.
only one that never
But
tried
I want it to be
Chick-fil-A?
half submerged because I think that's how it usually works when it falls in the icing. It becomes half submerged, so it's fine.
Most likely.
But I do want it to be sort of in the center.
Yeah.
Move that across. Okay. All right. So that's a short, fat one. And now let's make some squiggly ones. So you can see over here.
You still making more? Damn. Shit.
Damn, I get told need to try it. My first time trying it was in June, lol. I didn't like it.
That's because you got those dry ass little whatever those was.
Bro, that's crazy, I've been having it my whole life. It was chicken tenders, lol. And the waffle fries, no thanks. I know the waffle fries are so good.
Bro, that joint just went far. What the?
I thought they were gross, lol. Tasteless, I need some seasoning.
You're the only person I ever heard grab chicken tenders from there. It's always the chicken sandwich. I need to figure this out though, because this isn't right.
Got some long, squiggly, weird looking pieces. So I'm going to duplicate this one. And let's add 2 loop cuts. So you can increase the number of loop cuts after once you've got it active and it's asking you where to put it. If you use your scroll wheel, it's now increasing the number of loop cuts. So I'm going to create 2, click, and then right click, and I'll move this over. In fact, I might. Okay, I'll go into vertex. What is this? Not solid view, wireframe mode, and then click and drag. And I'm going to turn on proportional
Do
editing.
y'all
And
like
I'm gonna rotate,
Whataburger?
and I'll do the same
Bedtime.
for this side. Haha. Look at us now. Let's come on.
I always hear Popeyes will always reign supreme over everything, which I can understand. It is pretty good, but Zaxby's is always gonna be up there with the best. Love Whataburger.
Is this because I had no?
I work for Popeyes. I love them. I tried them and was like, damn, Whataburger really fits the name, haha. I have yet to try the chicken sandwich. I have only had the chicken and fries.
Well, that was the problem.
When I lived in Texas, I got Whataburger all the time, lol. Popeyes is good though. So you staying up late tonight looks that way. Everyone always freaks out over Popeye's chicken sandwich.
I didn't really like it as much.
What is this? Not solid view, wireframe pieces. So I'm going to duplicate this one, and let's add 2 loop cuts. So you can increase the number of loop cuts once you've got it active and it's asking you where to put it. If you use your scroll wheel, it's now increasing the number of loop cuts. So I'm going to create 2.
I never get the sandwich when I go to Popeyes, lol.
And I'll move this over. In fact, I might. Okay, I'm going to Vertex. What is this? Not solid view, wireframe mode. And then click and drag. And I'm going to turn on proportional
That's
editing.
fair,
and now
lol.
rotate,
but I gotta stay in shape, so I've been working out and not eating too much fast food as often as I used to. Like during high school wrestling season,
and
I
then,
used to eat
you
it
can keep doing
occasionally.
this as many times as you want.
Classic is better than
I'll
spicy, the
make
sandwich.
One more. Like this, duplicate it across. And let's make this one sort of a, I don't know, somewhere in between.
Wait,
it's not straight, but it's not entirely square. Not solid view, wireframe.
Yet I can
mode.
only
And then
handle
click and
so
drag.
much spice.
And I'm going to turn on proportional editing, and now I'm going to rotate, and then I'll do the same for this side. Haha. Look at us now. It's coming along. And then, I mean, you could keep doing this as many times as you want, but I'll make one more. Like this, duplicate it across. And let's make this one sort of a,
I would die
know,
on
somewhere
hot
in
ones
between.
if given the chance.
It's not straight, but it's not entirely squiggly either. Something like that. They kind of get weird shaped, right? And I'll just change the height of it as well. Or the size of it, the length of it. Something like that. Okay, cool. Now, you may have noticed that this is not reflected on our donut. And that
I
is
love spicy.
because we are still referencing the one single sprinkle in our object mode. And obviously you could swap this out for a different sprinkle, but we cannot use more than one object. And that's because this is the wrong node. What we need to use instead is not an object info, but a collection info node and reference
What
a
I don't like
collection,
at
which would be
Popeyes,
our
mild
sprinkles.
tenders,
So first of all,
coleslaw,
we
and
need to
red
move our
beans and
sprinkles
rice.
to a collection. So I'm going to select them all. Let me just grab a drink here. There we go. Now I'm going to move it to a new collection by hitting M for move. You could also do it over here, M, and then hit new collection, and I'm going to type in sprinkles, and then OK. Okay, so they're now all moved into here. So now if I was to take my collection here and just like before, click and drag this over to here, you can see it's now added in a collection info node with our
I've never
new
liked
sprinkles,
coleslaw from anywhere.
selected. And by the way, I mentioned it briefly at the start, but a collection is it's like a folder. It's like a bucket. It's just a way to organize things. You could put, you know, your camera, your lights in here and create another collection and put your donut in. Now all moved into here. So now and that's because this is the wrong node. What we need to use instead is not an object info, but a collection info node and reference a collection, which will be our sprinkles. So first of all, we need to move our sprinkles to a collection. So I'm going to select them all. Let me just grab a drink here. There we go.
I can only
now,
eat
I'm going
KFC
to move it to a new
coleslaw.
collection.
Everywhere
I'm hitting
else
M,
is disgusting.
M for move. You could also do it over here, M, and then hit new collection, and I'm going to type in sprinkles, and then okay. Okay, so they're now all moved into
Tenders,
here.
I prefer
So now,
spicy
if
chicken. I
was to,
prefer mild.
take
Only
my
eat a
collection here,
biscuit
and just
fresh
like
out
before,
the
click
oven.
and drag this over to here, you can see it's now added in a collection info node with our new sprinkles selected. And by the way, I mentioned it briefly at the start, but a collection is it's like a folder. It's like a bucket. It's just a way to organize things. You could put, your camera, your lights in here.
Biscuits
and
are
create
only
another
good with honey,
etc., etc. But in this case, yeah, it helps us because we're going to reference it over here. So now I'm going to take this and put this, of course, into our instance. Haha, what happened? So that's not what we intended. Basically, for something like this, we need to first of all make sure that pick instance is enabled for our instances.
See, what I can get
points.
behind is some good
That will
biscuits from
actually
Bojangles.
reference, not load in each one as individual, unique data things. It'll just make it a lot faster to render. So make sure
biscuits come from Popeyes, not Popeyes, churches.
And then separate children so that we're not referencing all 5 of the sprinkles on each point, which is one of them, and then reset children so that it then uses it, basically it applies it to here, not based on the distance from there to there, basically. Anyway, you just basically need to check those 3 things. Pick instance, reset children, separate children. And there we
Where's
go.
pick instance?
That looks
You
pretty
would
good.
say churches, LOL.
It's the first time I've actually used this really long one.
Churches is
and
great.
I don't know if I like it because it's introducing a lot of clipping. So I've changed my mind, but that's okay. You can change your mind because it's 3D. If we painted this in 2D, we would have some trouble. There we go. That's better. Okay. I'm happy with that. Cool. Now, if we went to back to our rendered mode here,
Never
you can
had
see we've
churches.
got,
We don't
some
have them
white,
over here.
White Tic Tacs coming all over our donut. So, of course, we could add a new material. We could just make this one, orange. We could make this one,
at least where I am,
like this. We can make this one blue.
I think churches
and that does the job. Unfortunately, though, you'll see that every time now this squiggly one here is referenced as an example, it's now a blue one. So that will kind of look repetitive to your eye because the eye will notice that all of these squiggly ones look blue and then all of the straight ones look orange and then all of the blah, blah, blah. That's not what we want. We want to assign
admit you staying late cause you still on face with tears
of
of
which
joy.
one of these objects it is. So let's delete that material. Let's keep this one. I'm going to call this one sprinkles. And I'm going to make all of these objects share this
yeah, he's
one
staying
material.
late, LOL.
You could do it one by one by
it's
coming
already
over here
12.
and then clicking sprinkles like that and selecting it from the list. Or, much faster way, select all the objects you want to have as the new material, then select the object you want.
When did he put the material on there?
Unique. We could just make this one, orange. We could make this one, or one like this. We can make this one blue, and that does the job. Unfortunately, though, you'll see that every time now this squiggly one here is referenced as an example, it's now a blue one. So that will kind of look repetitive to your eye because the eye will notice that all of these squiggly ones look blue and then all of the straight ones look orange and then all of the blah, blah, blah. That's not what we want. We want to assign a unique color irregardless of which one of these objects it is. So let's delete that material.
We get to have King Frenzic all night face with tears of joy.
Sprinkles. And I'm going to
See,
make
what I have
all
noticed
of these
is that the West likes to copy the East with their fast food restaurants like Raising Cane's is a Zaxby's clone is all that I know.
Wait a minute. It's two things I just heard right there. King of Frenzic all night. No. I gotta work in the morning. That's a no-go right there. The second one. What did it say? Something about copying the East Coast. I can't even see my messages. The West likes to copy the East. Oh, you know what? I'm not from the West or the East. I'm from Central. We got a bunch of our own random stuff. But I think so that might be true. All All right, so what did he do?
I'm from SoCal, face
and
with
then
tears
all of
of
the straight
joy.
ones look orange, and then all of the blah blah blah. That's not what we want. We want to assign a unique color irregardless of which one of these objects it is. So let's delete that material. Let's keep this one. I'm going to call this one.
All right, so you're just gonna get this one, add a new material, make that joint.
You not going nowhere, I won't let you leave, face with tears of joy.
G. Look. All I have to do
Sprinkles. And
is hit this button right here and I'm out. I'm just waiting because I just want to do my donut. And he called it sprinkles.
Talk about keeping someone hostage, LMFAO.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Bro, the community don't want me to sleep. I stayed up with them all week last week. I slept 4 hours a day last week.
Ifrin, you need a hostage bailout?
You gonna take over the stream for me? If you take over the stream from me, you can stream all night if you want to. Damn, what I do? Right.
I'm
Sure
going to
thing.
make all of these objects share this one material. You could do it one by one by coming over here and then clicking sprinkles like that and selecting it from the list, or much faster way, select all the objects you want to have as the new material, then select the object you want to copy the material from last, then hit Control L for link.
But I think
and then
Kenyon
hit
wants
link
you instead of me,
materials.
LOL.
And now they are all using the exact same material.
Oh, I did it.
Okay, now it might not look like what we want, but let's go to the shading tab and we're going to do something fancy. Okay, so
Maybe.
Obviously
Probably.
these are now all one solid color, not what we want. What we want to do
Hold on, what
is
did you
in
do?
here, base color, we want to add something that will randomize the color dependent on what object it is. Like every time the object is referenced, pick a new thing.
LOL,
So
I
the way
got to, he's my
we
favorite
can
person.
do this object, we want
Dubs
to
in the
add something
chat.
that what we want.
Dubs in the chat.
What we want. Okay, now it might not look like what we want, but let's go to the shading tab and we're going to do something
All right, you went to the shaded tab.
fancy. Okay, so obviously these are now all one solid color, not what we want. What we want to do is in here, base color, we want to add something that will randomize the color dependent on what object it is. Like every time the object is referenced, pick a new thing. So the way we can do this is with a object info node. And again, this is one of those things, is like, how would you know this is the one? Because in like geometry nodes, there was a random
what was that?
value node.
I tried to find it on my own and I missed it.
Object info
Oh.
node. And again, this is one of those things, is like, how would you know this is the one? Because in like geometry nodes, there was a random value node. It's just one of those things you just have to learn, I guess. But in shading, you use the object info node and then you take the random one at the bottom there. Okay, so I guess it's because it's object data and it's using random object data depending on the object. So I guess it does kind of make sense. Then if I take that and I put that into my base color, what this is doing now is it is referencing between 0 and 1. When it is 0, it is saying it is black. When it is 1, it is saying it is white. And obviously all these other gray values is anywhere in between that. So each one of these has its own unique color. But very depressing looking
We got
colors.
a subscriber?
It's not, no kid's gonna pick that
Yo,
one
thanks
at
for
the
subscribing,
donut shop.
bro.
One more sec. Yeah, you could make it look really sad, couldn't you? It's like, wah, wah, wah. Do you want to have
LOL,
a
I
world's
intend to come in talking to
saddest
King
donut,
Frenzic,
Johnny?
then I flip
Come
the script
on.
on M face with tears of joy.
Anyway,
Bro, every day.
Davos DLT.
what we can do instead,
Thanks
every
for
day.
as I
subscribing.
mentioned before, there is a node that we use a lot, and that is Shift A, Converter, Color Ramp. Now, if I put this in between here, it's still using the 0 to 1, but it's now converting it through a color ramp. So everything that is on the 0 end of the scale will get this color. Everything that is on the the 1 end of the scale will get this color, okay? So instead, I could make these colors anything I want. I can make this one red. I can make this one blue, something like that. And look at that. Haha, we have something interesting. So already we've got really nice looking colors. But you can see that, some of these ones, like the difference in color between this one, and this one, they're similar, but they're all slightly different. And of course, that is because it's using an independent value somewhere in this gradient. Gradient. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. And that's not how sprinkles are made. Sprinkle values are constant. It is either orange or it is white. It is not somewhere a blend between orange and white because, as I said before, it is piped royal icing, generally speaking. I think it is. My wife does cookies. But royal icing, and then it's hardened, and then you do like another line of a different color. So you have to like mix it in like food dye and then do it out. Basically, it's one constant color. So instead of linear, if we change the color ramp gradient type to be constant, there will then be no gradient. Okay, it's just basically one of these values. It's either blue or it is either red, and that is what we want. So now, if I was to add another value
sports,
just by
but
hitting
don't
the
watch
plus button, I could add new colors.
Because I don't have time.
And this is where it's really fun. You can finally have fun. You can be creative with your donut. I feel like I'm losing my voice in the middle of this tutorial. Muscle through it. All right, let's make this one a purple color. By the way, here's a pro tip. Don't use 100% saturation, ever. Generally, like 0.8 is really all you ever need. So somewhere around that. And let's make this one 0.8, somewhere, something about that. And then let's make this one yellow. And this is, you can have fun with it, right? I'm going to go for a color scheme, which is, let's go sort of a pink color. That's looking nice. And then you can go with like a white color. That's the final one. And you can see that the great thing about this one is I can now control how many colors of each that I get. Like if I think there's too many purple ones, I could, increase it and make it like now there's more blue. Or I could go like this way and make like there's more pink ones, or there's more yellow ones, or there's more white ones. So you can have creative control of it. And in fact, this is actually recommended like as a sort of an art rule. You never want to go like when you're using colors, you don't want to use the same amount of each color. You actually want to use like, I actually got a video on color schemes. If you want to watch it, you can click up there and watch it. But yeah, it explains, if
what
you're going to use
on our donut?
Like a complementary color scheme or something like that, you don't go like, purple that goes with the yellow and you use like 50-50 of each. It looks nasty. You want to go like 90% of one color and then 10% of another. So anyways, something fun there. Yeah. I mean, guys, that's going to do it for this.
What's
really,
that?
The style
King
and visual look of your
12
donut.
spicy tenders.
Here.
LOL. I got you, man.
So if you want to
give
make
extra
it your own, now is your chance. Like you could change it and make it like a chocolate donut, right?
12-piece.
And by the way, I didn't explain this, but you can like click and drag any color from one to another, and it'll like copy it, which is cool. You could make it like a Halloween donut that's like red and I don't know, spooky. Oh, that looks like it kind of looks like a 4th of July donut or something. I see a lot of 4th of July decoration. I want to go to a 4th of July party one day. I've been to America a few times. I don't think I've been there during 4th of July. Looks like it'd be fun.
It's like it'd be fun.
A lot of sugary foods and hanging out, having a barbecue, setting off fireworks. We don't have fireworks here in Australia. They're illegal, along with many other things.
That sucks.
We can't even have gel blasters. Our government's like, no. We're going to side with Syria, North Korea, and Kuwait by also banning gel blasters. And Singapore as well. All right, so we're in there with Singapore, but it's like, we can't be trusted with anything. Don't let us have anything. But anyway.
Thanks for subscribing, Davos
have some fun
DLT
with it,
hugging
guys.
face.
This is your chance to make it your own before we start animating it and doing stuff. There was a guy on Twitter who was actually like, he was like mad that I was making another donut tutorial. And he was like, "Are you actually going to encourage people this time to make the donut their own? I'm sick of seeing all these pink donuts." I was just laughing. Because I like that, like, someone out there, like, that's how they start their day. You know, they just, like, open up Twitter and they're just seeing pink donuts. And they're like, "Oh, I said no more pink donuts." So, you know, first of all, he didn't watch the last one, obviously, because it was the same instruction. I said, like, make it your own. Have some fun, you know.
All right, we need dark
you
blue.
know, that's Twitter.
We need white. We don't need this one.
Oh, and one final thing I forgot. The baubles. Baubles? That's for a Christmas tree. But the balls, because something I really like that I saw on Pinterest was this one. I like the way that the balls sort of break up the, I don't know, just the repetitiveness of the sprinkles. So I did it for the last tutorial. I'll do it here as well. And as you can imagine, it is, you know, you add a sphere. So let's go Shift A, sphere, UV sphere. There's icosphere, which is used occasionally when you feel like it. I don't know. You'll get that.
All right, are these colors? I don't like this one.
Now I don't know if I should get Zaxby's or Popeyes tomorrow.
Flip a coin. Flip a coin. You know, I'll flip a coin for you. Heads is Zaxby's. Tails is Popeyes. Alexa, flip a coin. Popeyes. It's Popeyes.
All right.
How does this look? I just matched him with that. Bro, how do I find that? Oh, there it is.
Love that chicken from Popeyes. I like the commercial.
Love
Donut be
that
looking
chicken
scrumptious.
from Popeyes. Yeah. Y'all suck at coloring. What is this? And few pink, blue, that's fine with me. All right, where is he now? He's in layout. Layout. Shift A, mesh, UV sphere.
The hang of it, but usually you want a UV sphere, and it's ginormous by default. So let's just scale that in. You could also do it, you know, when you add in the sphere, but you know, I usually forget. Okay, scale it in, and then okay. So then I'm gonna shade smooth, of course, and let's give it a material. Let's go blue, something like that. I mean, the one that was in this was like almost like metallic, but I kind of like it like this. I might just lower the saturation a little bit, and the roughness. I'll make it like a sort of a hard lolly, like that. I mean, but usually you want a UV sphere, and it's ginormous by default. So let's just scale that in. You could also do it, you know, when you add in the sphere, but you know, I usually forget. Okay, scale it in, and then okay. So then I'm gonna shade smooth, of course, and let's give it a material. Let's go blue, something like that. I mean, the one that was in this was like almost like metallic, but I kind of like it like this. I might just lower the saturation a little bit, and the roughness. I'll make it like a sort of a hard lolly, like that. Cool. Now, if we were, let's go blue, something like that. Forget. Okay, scale it in, and then okay. So then I'm gonna shade smooth, of course, and let's give it a material. Let's go blue, something like that. I mean, the one that was in this was like almost like metallic, but I kind of like it like this. I might just lower the saturation a little bit, and the roughness. I'll make it like a sort of a hard lolly, like that. Cool. Now, if we were to move this into our sprinkles collection, then Oh, okay. It is actually working. It's just that this sphere is.
You think
we
this
haven't
is
cleared
hard
the
try
scale.
and
So if
making
I
a
was to
human in
clear the
Blender
scale,
I've
there we
tried
go.
so
Now we can
many
actually see
times
them.
I can't tell
They
you
were
how
there,
many
they were just
times
so
but I
big that
hope
they
to
were out
achieve
there.
in making one soon
You can
and
see
I
that
mean
it's
it
now
anatomically
for
correct
every,
human.
you know, every, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, every 6 sprinkle it's using one of these balls. Still a little too big. And
Wait, what did I
they,
do wrong?
I mean, this was an area that actually
LOL 30
particles
minutes
had
over
an
at least
advantage,
you
'cause
gave that can't
clear the
fight it
scale,
no
there we
more
go.
I'll
Now we
let
can
get
actually
your
see more.
sleep
I don't-
in.
a hard lolly like that.
Well, I just want to.
Cool. Now,
But did he apply
like
skill?
that.
Did I miss him applying skill?
I mean, the one that was in this, I don't know. You'll get the hang of it, but usually you want a UV sphere, and it's ginormous by default. So let's just scale that in. You could also do it, you know, when you add in the sphere, but you know, I usually forget. Okay, scale it in, and then okay. So then I'm gonna shade smooth, of course, and let's give it a material. Let's go blue, something like that. I mean, the one that was in this was like almost like metallic, but I kind of like it like this. I might just lower the saturation a little bit and the roughness. I'll make it like a sort of a hard lolly like that. Cool. Now, if we were to move this into our sprinkles collection, then oh, okay, it is actually working. It's just that this sphere is, we haven't cleared the scale. So if I was to clear the scale, there we go. Now we can actually see them on our donut. They were there. They were just so big that they were out there. You can see that it's now for every, you know, every, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every 6 sprinkle, it's using one of these balls. Still a little too big. And I mean, this was an area that actually particles had an advantage because there was use count. If you followed the last tutorial, where you could say like, basically the ratio of which, like the number of objects that's spread out in a particle system. You can do it with geometry nodes, but it is incredibly difficult, way too complex, and I want to keep it simple. And look, honestly, we don't need that many. We really only want like 3 or 4 on the whole donut. So I say just move it out of the sprinkles collection and then just actually physically put it on the donut like this. Move it across, you know, like that. And here's a pro tip. You never want to use like 2 of something. It just kind of looks like that would look too balanced, right? So it's better to have 3 or 4 in this case. And you also don't want to have it like a triangle like this. It looks like they've been too evenly placed. You want to make it look a little more plausible, you know, like someone tossed it onto the donut. So maybe one here, and then I'll chuck one at the bottom as well, like so. And that'll do it. And play with the colors if you want, but you could also play with the sizes. I think this one, they actually got like a few big ones and then a few small ones as well. I'm just gonna go with the big ones, but that's gonna do it. So when you finished making the donut look cool, go ahead, click here, and we are going to start animating this.
Oh, I do need this. What the fuck is that? Stop doing that, G.
TBH, I've been wanting to stay at least 30 minutes over.
I just want to put my Save it. Gotta remember to save it. Camera. It's Control Shift 0, right? Or Control Alt 0. Is it Control Shift 0? It's not that. Why is it looking through the camera in the... Gee, bring the goddamn camera over here.
I'm back. What we trying to do?
I'm just putting the camera for the render, placing the camera for the render, but I forgot how to do it. What is it?
So I'll see you there.
It's not that one. What is it?
So I'll see you there.
Blender Donut Guru. Number 1.
Maybe trying to see how far you can go without getting help. You might have discovered you need help immediately. You can't even move things without a tutorial.
Panning, zoom
but
in, focus.
the good news is you don't on any selected object. So if I want to go to my camera over there, I can select my camera and number pad period will take me over to there. Again, my laptop users are going, oh no, I don't have a number pad.
You can hit 0 on your numpad if you have that.
The alternative way to do
You
it
free to
is
go,
hold
my
down
friend,
the
rolling on
tilde
the
key,
floor laughing.
which is that weird key underneath your escape key you've probably never used before. That brings up a pie menu with a bunch of view options, and view selected is focus.
Bro, gee, the camera is zoomed all the way into the donut. All right.
Focus. View selected will take you there. Okay, cool. So we've learned orbiting with middle mouse, shift middle mouse to pan, and then control middle mouse to zoom in and out or scroll. The other one you probably want to learn is pad 0, which is how you can look through the camera
Change
view.
the focal length.
Wait, I just accidentally tapped number pad 0, which is how you can look through the camera view.
Is it? No, it's not that one. It is.
Go to the camera icon and change focal lengths. What's the best day for me to troll you, be honest?
The best day every day. Actually, I want to put it on the other side. But that's our donut there. But I want the camera on the other side. I want the camera from this side. But there is a way that I could. You select it. I want it from this angle, so I can see the shadow too. And there's a shortcut for it.
You could also do it by hitting the little camera icon on the right there, or by going viewport.
When you be
camera,
getting on during the week,
or
sometimes
by
I
hitting
still
the
be
tilde
at
key.
work, so you won't see me right
There are
away.
4 places to get viewport options depending on what device or whatever it is that you're looking at. I deleted something by hitting X. You could also do it by hitting delete. By the way, I'm throwing a lot of keys at you, keyboard shortcuts. It's a lot to take in, especially when you're starting. So I created a keyboard shortcut PDF, and the link for that is in the description.
That's nice. That's pretty nice right there. Whoa. What happens if I move the camera from here over here? No, I don't want the light. I just want this.
That will definitely help. For me at least, aha. Is it me or you giving your fans what they want face with tears of joy?
Yeah, I always give y'all what y'all want. Y'all spoiled. Oh no, not that. We need GZ. That's the angle. And look and
LMAO, you sounded like a tired dad.
a tired dad. Rotate.
All I said was 30 minutes, not an hour face with tears of joy.
Gee, I'm just trying to rotate my camera. As soon as I rotate the camera, we good. Rotate. 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 That don't work. Because this is just, it just looks through. It doesn't rotate
You
it.
can do a cool trick where you can move around as your camera. All you gotta do is go to view viewpoint and select camera, then after that go to navigation, walk navigation. Yeah, the fact you were like I always give y'all what y'all want, y'all spoiled, lol.
Wait a minute. You said cool trick where you can move around as your camera. all you got to do is viewpoint. So probably camera. Not here. What off view? Viewpoint. Select camera. Then go, where's navigation?
You just deselect it, you had it right.
All right, then how do I probably not that.
And navigation is under viewpoint.
Here?
Overtime streaming tonight, grinning face with smiling eyes.
Man, I'm gonna be tired tomorrow. But it's fine. All right, so we select. We gotta go here, camera, viewpoint, camera.
No, go to navigation, then hit walk navigation.
Oh. Teamwork make the dream work. Teamwork make the dream work. Oh my gosh, guys. Teamwork make the dream work. So now we save as, and then we go over here and we.
Nicely done.
Yeah, we 4 hours tonight. Let's go to this one. Oh. Yeah, I saved it.
Is it saved?
I saved it.
Well, here we go, loudly crying face, crying face.
I'm sorry, but I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go to sleep. You know. It was a good night though. It was a great night. Look what we got: sprinkles, we got sprinkles, balls, texture on the donut. It's shiny and shit. Bro, we got everything. We looking good.
Will you be live tomorrow?
Thursday.
Pause.
Hey, you called me. You got me.
Pause.
Hey, y'all ain't gotta pause me like that, bro. I know what I said. We got balls on the donut.
It's always fun with you every night.
Man, we having a lot of fun. So, how many more parts do we have? I didn't check.
What kind of balls you talking? Face with tears of joy.
The ones that fit inside my donut. Pause. Pause again. Hey yo, Trill. All right, so I think we have like 2 parts left of.
Ayo. Payos.
All right. We got like 2 more parts left of the tutorial, so we can get it animated. So we will finish that Thursday, and Friday Modern Warfare 2 comes out. So on Friday, that's what we'll be doing until like 4 a.m. It's gonna be a long night with that one. So we're gonna run that one all
Animate
night.
the balls on the donut.
The balls are gonna be animated on the donut. They're gonna be animated on the donut. Damn, I talked through my song. All right, so that's the plan for the week. Thursday we finish the donut. Friday
LMFAO. Animated balls. WTF. Face with tears of joy.
It's gonna be a lot of balls. It's gonna be balls flying everywhere, all in the air. Might hit you in your chin. One time, maybe 2. But that's the plan. We're gonna finish the donut, finish the balls.
Pause.
Finish the
Ayo
donut,
what?
finish the balls off, and then jump into Modern Warfare 2 for that grind.
Pause.
No pause. All right. Damn. All right, guys. It's that time. So, peace, love, and stay frenzy. Da da da. We out.
I'll try to be here. I should be able to make it.
Try harder.
Zesty.
All right, see y'all later.